We go. Hopefully this is all working out here. So I know we got more people joining. But due to the governor's statewide disaster declaration relating to the COVID-19 pandemic and the current public health guidelines for social distancing, I have determined that it's not prudent for the members of the village board or staff to convene in person for tonight's meeting. Therefore, the members of the village board are attending this meeting by video conference. Same conditions require barring access to the public for in-person attendance. In light of those limitations, the public is invited to attend and listen to the meeting through the Zoom platform by phone as indicated on the meeting agenda. To comply with the Open Meetings Act requirements for virtual meetings, tonight's meeting is being recorded. So Amy, if I could ask you to take attendance and make sure everyone can be heard.
Absolutely. Trustee Brusky, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Trustee Kritzmeyer, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I can, thank you. Trustee O'Reilly, can you
I
hear
hear
me?
you.
Thank you. Trustee Nora, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you.
Trustee O'Connor, can you hear me?
I can. I'm here.
Thank you. And Trustee Miso, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here and I can hear you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Pledge of allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States
of
of
America,
America, to the republic
the
for which
republic
it
for
stands,
which stands
one nation,
one
one
nation,
nation,
God,
under God,
indivisible.
indivisible, with liberty and
liberty
justice
and
for all.
justice for all.
I want to welcome Bill Balling. It is his first meeting where he's sitting in the village manager chair as our interim manager. Welcome, Bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
And good luck tonight.
Thank you.
The next item, the first item on the agenda, and Jeff, I'm going to ask you to talk about the bridge in a minute, but let's talk about the homeowners associations. I think I see Joanne Rosenberg here from Bennington. Hi, Joanne. Do you have anything for the board? You're muted. You have to unmute yourself. Can you unmute yourself, Joanne? That's not working.
Joanne, there's probably a little red microphone somewhere on your screen.
Let's see. Do I have any way to do that?
Try pressing the space bar.
Oh, great. Ask to unmute. I don't have the ability to unmute you. Everyone else can unmute themselves, right?
Okay, how's that?
That's better.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, that was you gave me something on the screen to press,
Oh, good, good.
just so you know. Anyway, I was just asking if Jeff was on Zoom tonight.
Jeff Perry, he's here.
Oh, okay. The question was about the dimple on Long Grove Road that is more dimpled than it was last time I mentioned it to him. And I know that we kind of blew our wad on the bridge, but it sort of looks like it might be caused by that pipe that comes from Killdeer. So I thought maybe it could be yours, Bill.
Hey, Jeff, do you know what Joanne's talking about? Can you unmute yourself? You're muted as well. There you go.
Okay, sorry about that. Joanna, are you referring to down closer towards the one-lane bridge on Long Grove Road?
No, it's
Okay.
right in front of the driveway for the trucks for Brightview or whatever they're called these days.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't looked at that for a while. I do know that there's a sanitary sewer force main that goes through there. So yes,
Right.
there's the pipe. Yep.
And I'm concerned that in the middle of winter, when I have someplace to go, I'll come out and it'll be collapsed and the road will be closed.
Okay. No, thanks for bringing that up. I would add the village has been in contact with IDOT about attempting to get that area restriped before the winter hits, because it's kind of a sea of broken up asphalt over there. So I will add that to the discussion with them.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Joanne, anything else for the board?
Not that anyone passed on to me. Rita, did anyone say anything to you?
No, I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're good.
Well, we appreciate you being here. I sure wish we were in person, but this will
Me
have to do
too,
for now.
but-
Yeah.
And we thank you for the invite and always listening to us. We appreciate it.
No, thanks, Joanne. That's good to see you.
Thanks.
Okay, so is Jane Primack, are you here somewhere too? From Long Grove Knolls? All right. I know that their Airbnb problem was solved because they got a long-term renter in there, which is great. So, so I guess the fact that Jane's not here, that's good news, right? Okay, well then there's an item that we had to add to the agenda. The bridge got shut down late last night. And it wasn't, I don't believe it was because it got struck. And Jeff Perry is going to take us through or introduce us to somebody from Civil Tech that's going to talk about it. There was a weld problem that was discovered during an inspection. And before I say something that's not correct, I'm going to turn this over to Village Engineer Jeff Perry.
Thank you, Bill. Yeah, tonight we have Greg Hattelstad with Civil Tech on the call with us, or in the meeting with us. Civil Tech is the village's National Bridge Inspection Standards Manager, and he can speak more to it from the technical side. But I did want to just kind of give a run up that the bridge, due to its age, even though the abutments were just replaced, the Illinois DOT Bridge Office requires an annual inspection of the bridge. And Greg from Civil Tech was out there last night completing that inspection when he noticed this. So I think maybe, Greg, that might be a good handover point for
Yeah,
you.
Jeff. Yeah, sure. As Jeff mentioned, my name's Greg Hattelstad. I'm with Civil Tech Engineering. I'm a structural engineer, and I perform the required inspections for the village. The federal government requires these inspections at different intervals based on the type of structure, the age of structure, and so forth. The inspection I was performing yesterday afternoon is required every year, and it was actually a fracture critical inspection due to because of the type of the bridge being a truss bridge. If one of the members on it were to fracture, we would have a big problem. It's not a redundant structure, in other words. So I was underneath the bridge last night, and last afternoon, and I saw a recent weld. I think that was part of the repair project that was done this past spring, summer, that had failed. And at that time, traffic was, even though that one member weld failed, there's another member right next to it. So it was keeping the bridge up, but it was an uncomfortable situation. And I felt that the bridge should be shut down for safety reasons. And that's what happened last night. Jeff and I met out there this afternoon with a contractor and a representative from ESI, the engineering firm that was involved with the repair project. And we're going to meet out again Thursday morning with a structural engineer from that firm to come put together a plan to get this remedied.
Is there any way to do that faster? I'm just saying, you were there yesterday, we shut it down. Now we're waiting till Thursday for the plan to have a plan.
Well, I would like to meet with the engineer that's responsible, that designed the structure, and get his opinion on what needs to be done out there.
If I could ask a couple of questions. One is, was this something that was done during the repairs over the summer?
That's my understanding is the weld that failed was done as part of the repair project.
Okay, then, and maybe Jeff needs to answer this. I believe after the bus crash and maybe another accident also, we had some forms of inspections on this bridge, and I'm wondering why it wasn't caught then.
Well, I performed those inspections, and it was a small detail, and I did not notice it, and so I don't know if it was caused by the bus or the other accident, or if it happened after that. To be honest, I mean, it could have been caused by the bus, but I do not know that.
Okay, I guess it then goes to my sense of trust. When somebody says that they've inspected the bridge, I trust that they've done so. And so now I'm not going to be quite so trusting, because it bothers me that we're talking such a short period of time. And all of a sudden we've got a serious problem, not a serious problem, because the correction isn't that big a deal, but had the potential of being a serious problem. And yet how many times has that been inspected because of the number of accidents that we've had?
That's a good point, Bobby. I mean, who's to say that it was not? I mean, he did look at it, and I would hope he would have caught it after the bus, but it's been hit 7, 8 times. Maybe it was the last hit that caused it to fail.
That's true. That's absolutely true. And I guess we have to be thankful that it was caught now. But thank you.
Greg, I have a question though, just, the severity, and I didn't mean it, if I cut you off, sorry about that. Do you think this is really severe, or what are you thinking?
I'm uncomfortable with it.
But it's something that can be repaired easily, you think, or no?
I'm a little uncomfortable with what I see down there. That's why I'm interested in talking with the structural engineer from ESI.
Okay.
I can say with confidence that we do need to take care of that cracked weld. What else would need to be done, or how exactly that repair happens? I would like to collaborate with the structural engineer from ESI.
Okay.
Greg, could you kind of give us an idea of where this cracked weld is?
Absolutely. It's on the south truss, the lower chord of the south truss by the east abutment.
Okay. So this is probably a silly question. Would it potentially have happened because of the number of people who don't believe in driving on the actual metal runners? I see a lot of people that just drive across the wooden portion of the road and not our steel runners.
I've noticed that as well. I think that's unlikely to be the cause, whether a vehicle was on the runners or the planks. But it's probably either an oversized vehicle or something like that.
Okay, thanks.
So we probably wouldn't pepper you with as many questions if it weren't just unfortunate timing where we've got a meeting in between your first and your second conversations. Will you send us something on
Sure.
Friday or Thursday?
Yeah,
Jeff or
once
someone
we,
will, right? Yeah.
we will send something that, once we have a plan prepared, developed, and we understand that the sooner the better.
And who's paying you?
I have a contract through Gaywalt.
Okay, and who's gonna pay for the repairs? Just give me a sense.
So at this point, the failed weld, I'm treating that as a punch list item to the contract from Alliance.
Okay.
Hey, Jeff, do we have pictures of the failure?
Bill,
Or-
I emailed you a picture. I can't share my screen. I don't know if that came in on your end. I sent it to your Long Grove account.
It doesn't matter right now, but if somebody could send pictures to the board members, I'm sure we'd appreciate
Oh,
it.
sure.
Thank you.
Jeff, I didn't see it, so it may have stuff gets hung up there. So
Okay.
it may
I'll
not
be
have
sure
made it
to,
over.
I'll be sure to send that out.
Okay.
But
Thank
just to restate, Thursday morning at 9 o'clock, Greg and the structural engineer that designed the abutment project are going to meet at the bridge at 9 o'clock. And the intent is to finalize the solution and what needs to be done to that, and have Alliance on site either later that day or Friday to make the repairs. Now, if they determine that it's more extensive than initially believed, that could delay the repair process. And the other part and purpose of having the structural designer out there is to do a walkthrough of the underside of the bridge, just to make sure that he doesn't see anything as well from a safety standpoint of any of the other welds or any of the other repairs that were completed as part of the bridge abutment project.
All right.
Jeff, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What got welded to what?
Greg, would you,
Sure, I'll try, Jeff. They when they were resetting the bridge, they needed to, they cut a portion of the lower cord and welded another steel member to it, to the end post. So it was part of their resetting, getting the bridge ready to reset it on the new abutments.
So does that mean, and I'm a layperson, does that mean that they cut something that previous to taking the bridge off of its abutments had been a single piece that they had to cut, and then when they put it back, they had to weld something together?
Well, yes, it had been a single piece, but it was in a state of, it was deteriorated quite a bit. And they felt, in order to, reset the bridge, it was part of the structural repair portion of the project.
I see.
I have the picture on the screen now, if you can see it, Rita.
So previously that was one long piece?
Yeah. Yes. And as you can see, they painted the bridge, and you see that gap there,
Right.
where you can see that corrosion, and that caught my eye. I was like, well, that doesn't seem right. And there was a weld there that has failed.
So should, and I know this is sort of an autopsy type question, but like sometimes, when you're in a basement, there's a certain span that if you have so many feet, you need to have a support under it, because
Right.
things sag if you don't do that. Did they instead of using one long piece, they used two and figured welding it together would work? Which, you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was not part of, developing what was done here. So it's hard for me to speak and say exactly what they were thinking, but if My thought is this is a tension member. It's not in bending. So they were just attaching it. If done correctly, I would say this would work. I'm not sure why what we're looking at happened. I don't know
I
what
see.
caused this.
I see. I gotcha. Well, at this point, you're beyond anywhere near my knowledge level. So I'm just going to be quiet and let you do your job tomorrow.
Well, I'm going to keep us moving along because we will be talking about this for a long time and we got a full agenda. So if you'll let me move us along, I will do that. And Greg, thank you for being here. We appreciate it. So thanks, Jeff.
No, you're welcome and thank you. And I look forward to us solving this. So
Yes, yes.
rest of your
Thanks,
meeting.
Greg.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate your help.
Goodbye.
All right. So moving to the regularly scheduled program, we have the report of the Economic Development Commission from this morning. I don't know if Trustee Michaud, I see Roger Goebel here, but if Trustee Michaud wants to take us through it, or even Denise, you were there too as well. So
Sure, I'm happy to, unless Roger or Denise is anxious to hear their voice heard. So another good meeting. Lots of good things are doing. People are heading out, getting information and bringing it back. So there was some interesting webinars attended talking about the trends and how important having like an EDC website that's accessible with a ton of information on it, and how that's populated. And so we're continuing, Mina and Pam are continuing to update that and flesh it out. We've actually had a hit and some interested businesses that found us through the EDC website. So we know it's working, which is great. There was also a reconnection with the HLG DBA, kind of networking with them, which I think is great. We kind of got an update on what's happening in the village. We're continuing to work on the flow chart. That will be kind of on the agenda to be picked apart and kind of analyzed next meeting. So if anybody has any thoughts on that, that would be a good meeting to attend. Mina's also going to be doing, I'm not sure if it's going to be at the next meeting or the meeting after, doing a site selection presentation for us, kind of to help us figure out what we should be looking for and fleshing out the EDC site selection portion. And we're going to be doing another How'd You Do It, which is going to be announced. One of the questions that came up this morning, we had a business that, or people that were interested in a potential business in Long Grove, and they reached out to Jim and went through the network. And one of the questions that's kind of popped up is, when is it and who is it appropriate to maybe circle back and check in with them? Because he directed them to a business or a renter. And I guess that's a question to the board. Mina said oftentimes EDC members do this, kind of just check in because it's not as much of a, endorsement of the business. It's just more of a guide. But I know that the board has different thoughts on when the EDC should be involved or not involved. So I guess I kind of wanted to get your thoughts on, Mina says usually about a week after somebody reaches out with information, somebody circles back with them. And do you think that's an EDC job, or do you think it's more of a Jim or the contact at the village to get back with these people? So I didn't know if anybody had any thoughts on that.
hey, Jenny, can you tell us more about the inquiry though? So, was they being very specific? They're looking for this, or did they?
They were looking at very specific locations, and they were asking about certain addresses. I don't want to, divulge anything because it's, nothing.
No,
is,
I'm not asking you to do that. I just,
Yeah.
in generals, right? So.
Yeah, so they seemed quite interested. They asked about 2 specific locations, and Jim kind of gave them some information and put them in touch with the people that rent out those locations. So, but partly I think it would be good information if they move forward, maybe they would like some guidance, and if they don't move forward, why they didn't move forward. That would be good information for the EDC either way it falls. So I guess I'm
Yeah,
throwing,
a lost business survey or one business survey. What were the key factors that made you come, or what were the key factors that made you not move forward?
yeah.
That
So-
makes
I mean,
sense.
go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was going to circle back to something you said earlier, Jenny. You talked about a flow chart.
Yeah.
Did I hear that right?
Yeah, so they're putting together a kind of almost like a decision tree, like, oh, I'm interested in Long Grove. And it has links, like this is who you would contact. Oh, I want to change the, if the zoning isn't how I want it, who would I do that? So it's all has these embedded links to different parts of the village website to help kind of just streamline the process of an interested business. It's definitely in the works, but it has, I think it has a lot of potential to help walk people through the process.
Thank you. That makes sense. That totally makes sense.
Well, here's and I can let the board speak, but my recommendation is that, we've given them some guidance. Jim Hogue did, right? Village Planner Hogue did. They're starting to talk to the owners of the property. I don't see any reason why somebody can't, from the EDC, if that lead came to you, can't follow up how it went so that you can see what's going on and then hand it back to whomever's appropriate. Obviously, having the process documented would be nice, but I don't see the reason why somebody can't follow back up if the lead came to you guys to begin with and see where it went. And then from there, it would determine what to do next, right? Who you give it to.
That's my instinct, but I'd love to hear if anybody else is against that or is open to that.
I see Bobby unmuted, so
Well, it's not as if we have a whole bevy of options. I don't know who you can offer up other than Jim or you, Bill, or Bill Balling now, depending on perhaps the intensity of the prospective client, would depend on where you would send them. And that's kind of instinct.
yeah, and I think they started at all different places too. Some of these times, some have come to me,
Exactly.
some have gone to Dave, right? So, and any of us will help out. So,
But isn't there a privacy concern, Bill? So somebody comes into the village hall, says, hey, Jim Hogue, want to have a little meeting. Jim turns around, sends that information over to the EDC, and now EDC is chasing it backward and following up. Isn't there like a little bit of a privacy issue going on there?
no, I didn't think it was that way. I thought it came to the EDC first. Isn't that
Oh,
correct?
if it's in EDC, I agree, but I thought
Yeah.
Jenny said it went to Jim Hogue first.
I think
Is
he
that
was
correct?
connected through to Jim through the EDC. So
Yeah,
Okay,
they referred
okay,
it to
I
him.
see.
So,
Okay, thank
yeah,
you.
if it
Okay.
went to Jim, it's going to go another route. So,
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So you feel comfortable with the EDC rounding back and just checking in with them?
I do.
That's kind of okay.
That's what your job is, right? Those are I think that's part of your charter, and you're just going to find out what's going on and then get it to the right place, right?
Right, exactly. It's not an endorsement of the business. It's just do you need help? Do you need information? How can we help you out? So
Yeah, it's awesome. I love it.
yeah,
I think it's also an opportunity to learn something
exactly.
about is the process working and does it need improvements internally?
I agree.
From what I heard this morning, and I put myself in the shoes of someone who makes an inquiry, I think my experience has been that good continued follow-up is better than little or no follow-up. And if I don't know which EDC member handled the call. Was it Roger by any chance?
I'm not sure. I think it went through the EDC link. So did Bill, I got an email from Dave kind of bringing me into the loop. So I'm not exactly sure who the first point of contact was. All I know is they were directed to Jim.
Jim. It to me, it seems that the information needs, if it comes through an EDC member, sometimes the EDC members are not sure of answers and may feel a little uncertain about things. And it would be a good idea if that's the case, if they take a name and number, call Jim, say, Jim had this inquiry, can you give them a call? They have questions, so-and-so, because Jim has all the technical answers.
Right, and that's what happened.
Yeah, and I think that thereafter, there should be an agreed upon process of who follows up with that caller from time to time. And at what intervals. And that's going to vary depending upon what their question was and is the answer something they want to pursue, or is it just not going to work for them? Obviously you leave them alone, but for a while anyway. But I think that a systematic, hey, we're here, how you doing? Just thought I'd call. Any questions? You know, have you gotten any further? Just to touch base, just to say, you know, thank you for your inquiry. We'd love to be able to help you if that's what you need. If they indicate, no, I'm okay, fine, leave them alone. But I just think that in my business, it's much better to stay in touch with people, to be there when they have questions, because that speaks to people. You know, they know you're interested. They know that you didn't forget about them, or that whatever. I just think it sends a better message. So I would like to see something that we've agreed upon that keeps putting out, hey, we're here, how you doing? Kinds of friendly whatever.
So maybe that could be something that's kind of solidified in the flow chart in a sense. I mean, the flow chart is given out to prospective businesses, but maybe internally we have a flow chart of our own saying, okay, these are the processes that we do. And
yes. Yeah, sure, perhaps, you know, and maybe it's the same person each time. Maybe it's on a rotating basis. Maybe
it should be the best person for it.
For that, yeah, for that particular shop or business or whatever. But
no, I'm saying maybe the best board member on the EDC who's got the gift of gab, or is easier to talk to than you know, somebody else. Maybe there is a choice for several to be the callbackers.
Right, perhaps, you know, and maybe at some point in time, Bill can call and say, you know, hey, you know,
yes,
I'd be glad to.
thought I'd introduce myself. I'm Bill Jacob. I'm the president. Anything you need, call Sam or call me. You know, just keep the conversation going.
Yep. No, this is a great conversation. But I'm going to keep us moving if I can. And I know we need to follow up on this one. But can I stop here and keep us moving?
End of report from me, so I'm good.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is an ordinance granting the side yard setback variation for 7031 North Willow Springs. At the last meeting, we asked Village Council to draft a resolution or an ordinance, and you have it before you. Any questions?
I would make a motion granting the side yard setback variation for construction of a building addition and attached garage at 7031 North Willow Springs Road.
All right, okay. Moved by Trustee O'Reilly, seconded by
Second.
Trustee Kritzmeyer. That's a roll.
Right, Trustee Borowski,
No.
Trustee Kritzmeyer,
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly,
Aye.
Trustee Nora,
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor,
Aye.
and Trustee Micho.
Aye.
Okay, motion carried.
One.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask for help on this one too, because this is a relatively new one. It's always nice to see new businesses wanting to come to Long Grove. This is a request for referral to the Plan Commission for the Canine Camp. That's a dog facility formerly at the Geimer Nursery at 2727 Illinois Route 53. Kurt, I see you here. I don't know if Jim Hoag wants to start it off or what have you, but the motion before us tonight is to refer it to the Plan Commission because we have to make a change to the zoning because what the use here is not one of the temporary exceptions that we've granted a number of years ago for Dr. Levin's property there. So.
Yeah, Bill, this is Jim. That is correct. This would amend the ordinance that was approved in 2017 to add an additional temporary use for the Geimer property. The Camp Canine would be a kind of a dog sitting, kenneling, grooming, training facility. There would be a small retail component that would be part of that, but principally it would be a service use. As this is not anticipated as a temporary use under the ordinance, that ordinance needs to be amended. It's actually part of our zoning code that requires referral from the board to the Planning Commission. Should you choose not to do the referral, the request would stop right here. It would die right here. There are 7 temporary uses that are there right now. Per the application, I don't believe they're asking for an extension of time. So the expiration of the ordinance would remain at December 31st, 2023. In the HR district, uses are anticipated to come in as a planned unit development. So at the end of 2023, they would either need to petition us for PUD or potentially ask for an extension of the temporary use timeline.
Mr. Wandry, is this something that is that you think is only going to be temporary, or is it something that might in fact materialize to something more permanent?
I guess there's always hope that maybe something like this could become permanent, but I think ideally it allows us, the owner, to put another tenant in there to occupy the space. It's kind of a unique thing that he's proposing. We did present a rather complete business plan as part of the application that kind of explains everything he's doing. A little bit of dog training, a little bit of exercise space inside the location. The floor plan I saw looked very nice. There's a little bit of a retail component to it, where obviously people that come in may need to buy dog food or a toy for the dog or something like that while they're at it. I've seen that in a couple of locations. A very sincere individual who's done a very thorough search of the dynamic of the, let's call it the Long Grove market, and he feels very comfortable that this could be something nice. With the time period that is built into the ordinance gives us an opportunity for everybody to get a feel for how it is and how it works, and then gives us something to leverage on as we go forward with a permanent planned unit development for the site. Obviously, we've had other users in here. Some of them have been good, some of them have been frustrating, but this one looks like a good one. So the hope is give us a chance to go to the Planning Commission and get it all out to the public, see how everybody feels about it, and let the owner developer tell his story.
Are they aware of the previous challenges Irons and Woods had with water and sewer?
Oh yeah, well the beauty of this is that there's very little impact on that right now. The population equivalent of the septic field that's out there will handle very well. It's not a big issue at this point.
I guess dogs don't flush a lot, right? So it's not
yeah, they have a service that comes in and picks up.
How grooming compared to human entertainment.
Yeah, I think what surprised us with Irons and Woods is when the final floor plans were laid out, and all of a sudden there's a demand for 80 people a day in there. It just didn't work. Cost of bringing the infrastructure in was beyond what the tenant was willing to accept.
They probably feel they dodged a bullet right now.
Yeah, They did. And again, I think when we get to the public hearing and you get a chance to meet the proposed owner developer, he's very genuine and certainly impressed us. So the hope is to get it started and see what the planning commission and the public feels about it, and we go forward from there.
I have a question and a comment. I have two granddogs who go to dog daycare several times a week. It's a big business, and it's expensive for dogs, but it's a good service. I guess I'll ask this of Jim, but do we have guidelines for the safety of the animals? Assuming this is approved, are we set with the safety standards for the dogs?
The animal control regulations that we've adopted, Bobby, are those that the county has adopted. So the care of animals and all that outside of that, I'm not aware of, but whatever the county standard is what we've adopted.
Okay, I'm worried about fencing and doors and all of that. So you're sure that that's in the county ordinance?
Oh, I would have to look at it, but that's the standard we've adopted. I don't believe we have any other animal care regulations other than those.
I guess I'm suggesting if the county doesn't have adequate standards, then we need to address standards that would be appropriate for our dogs.
Is that something appropriate to plan? I'm sorry.
Pardon me?
Yeah, I think that's a great comment, and that's what I said a minute ago, the devil's in the detail. That's the kind of information that this developer has to present to the planning commission to show how it's going to operate, how the fencing or whatever that needs to be taking place will be done.
Okay, I just don't want us to be caught.
No.
This is Vic. Bobby, your question's a good one in terms of how this is going to roll out. We don't have regulations addressing this at all in terms of the zoning. And part of this is a zoning issue. Part of it is just a animal control issue, as Jim was outlining. So we're going to need to develop some of those standards, and they would likely be very tailor-made to this proposed use if this is viewed favorably. And layered on that would be the animal control regulations that would also apply. But I don't think we can rely solely on the county on it, because it simply, their regulations simply don't encompass all the issues that I think we need to focus on, some of which you have addressed.
My point exactly. But I just don't want us to come up to the time of permitting and, oh my God, we don't have any standards. But I think it's an exciting idea.
Can I just ask a real simple question? Because there's the Davy Tree Service that invested in the office space there. Do you think they're going to be worried about barking dogs next to them?
Yeah, that question certainly came up in our early discussions, and definitely a sound wall will be created.
Okay.
The properties, yeah.
Good, good. Just wondering how they might feel. They may like the dogs, they just may not like the sound of them. So, you know.
Yeah.
I have a question for Jim. Can you tell me, if at all, what kind of message this sends to potential developers and or what we're trying to accomplish with possibly a TIF district there in the future regarding this sort of zoning change? When I looked at the history in the packet of, what we have done with the property and we all know its history. What kind of message are we sending if we say okay to something like this, or is that even relevant?
Well, first of all, it's a temporary use, so it would go away in 2023 unless they come back and ask for a PUD or an extension of the current temporary use ordinance. I think, as Kurt said, it gives us an opportunity to see how the use fits in down there, and if there's any problems that it's caused or that the use has caused. If there are, I think that could be addressed as part of the PUD when they come in for a final approval. on this development. In terms of sending a message, I think it's a positive one. The more spaces we can fill up down there, I think the better. And that was really the whole idea with the temporary uses, was to get some traction down there and get some interest in that property. I don't believe it has an impact on the proposed TIF because the TIF will be approved in this year of EAVs, and that will not get looked at until next year. So from the TIF perspective, there shouldn't be an impact,
No,
a negative impact.
yeah, no, and thank you. I was just concerned about what we would really like to see down there and how this juxtaposes. Does it have any bearing, any relevance? And I pretty much hear you saying not so much, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Well, we also have, we'll get another look at it, right? Because the Plan Commission is going to go through this and, you know, do their part. And then we'll have another look at it and they'll bring back to us their recommendation too, right? So right now we're.
I just don't want to lead anybody down. I just don't want to lead anybody down the garden path, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good use for the property. I mean, it was great that the Davy Tree Service is there. It'd be nice to see another business there, and that's more people that are going to be coming hopefully to our town that can go elsewhere as well. And there might be a little bit of sales tax, maybe not a lot, but I think there was $10,000 of inventory for the business plan they were going to keep in place, so which is kind of neat to see. So.
And that's a good point, though. This is just a referral. I'm sorry, this is Jim. This is just a referral. So if you don't think it's a good idea, you could stop it right now. But if you do refer it, the Plan Commission will flesh a lot of this out and come back to you with some specific recommendations. And after public hearing, they may say, after further review, this isn't a good idea. That could happen. On the other hand, they could say it's a good use, it's very compatible, and recommend approval of it. So that all remains to be seen if the referral is granted.
And Trustee Kritzmeyer, I'm looking for a motion.
I would, was there a question?
Nope.
Sorry. I would move the roll call motion referring this to Plan Commission and Zoning Board of Appeals, this application for a zoning text amendment for the dog training, grooming, and kennel from K9 Camp, temporary use within the existing buildings at Geimer Nursery.
Moved by Trustee Kritzmeyer, seconded by
Second.
Trustee Nora. Roll call.
Trustee Micho,
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor,
Aye.
Trustee Nora,
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly,
Aye.
Trustee Kritzmeyer,
Aye.
and Trustee Borowski.
Yes.
All right, the ayes have it. Motion carried. Thank you.
For your time this evening. I appreciate it. We should
luck.
have some fun with this.
Yep. Good to see you again too.
See you again.
Wish we were in person.
Yes, we got one of these.
Yep. Okay. Moving right along. The next item on the agenda is ordinance amending the village code regarding standards for certain screening. This is going to tighten up our code as it relates to screening berms and those kinds of things. You have before you an ordinance in amending our code. It was drafted by Vic, and so I would open up to discussion. Does anyone have any comments or questions on it?
Is this going to the Plan Commission?
I don't believe it is, right?
No, this is in the building code, the amendments that we're making. And you'll see the reference that in order to extend beyond 8 or 4 feet in height, it either would be part of a special use permit, so it would be perhaps part of an application that did go before the Plan Commission, or it would require an individualized review by the village board.
It kind of seems like it should, that it should get passed through for their thoughts.
How does everyone feel about that? Because I think we've got some language in place for the scenic corridors, and so what the goal was to extend that outside of the scenic corridors. So,
Well, may I throw this out as a thought? If there is a desire to run it by the plan commission, this ordinance could be adopted, and then it could be further referred to the plan commission for its review. And although the plan commission would be looking at it really from a zoning perspective, and we may end up not treating it as a zoning regulation, we can still get their input, and then if there are further adjustments to be made, we make them. But I think, in light of some of the recent experiences, there's probably value to get this tighter set of regulations on the books. And
Yeah, thank
if we want to have a more thoroughgoing consideration of it, then that can still follow without impact of making further amendments.
Okay, I like that idea. That's a good idea, to pass it and send it on to them. So I would make a motion to approve an ordinance.
Can I ask some questions first, please?
You sure
I mean,
may.
you can, I'm sorry, Bobby, go make your motion. I don't care. It doesn't matter, whatever you like. Sorry, I
Go ahead.
didn't mean to
Go ahead.
interrupt you. No, I just kind of a comment, maybe questions. I thought we did we put a lot of energy into not putting berms into the Village of Long Grove over the years. I'm kind of a little bit struggling with the idea of publishing a document that says 4-foot berms will accept, or at worst case, 8-foot berms will accept. To me, it should say we don't want berms. But if we have to have a berm, it should be no greater than 4 feet, and it shouldn't be a continuous wall. It should be broken up. It should be landscape. It should be gaps wherever we can put gaps in. And at worst case, if we absolutely have to do the 8-foot thing, we'll do the 8-foot thing. But again, we've tried to mitigate all those other circumstances of leaving as much open space, as much open view as we can. So that's just my concern. I really struggle with just saying, yeah, 4-foot walls are okay, go build them, people.
I think that's very fair, Chris. I do kind of smile a little bit and say, except when the berm is in the back of the school district, shielding everybody from a bunch of ground-mounted solar.
Fair enough, right? Right. I guess, yeah. I don't know. I don't know if there's
I'm always thinking 22. When 22 gets expanded, and people are going to want something protecting them from the road.
Vic brought up a great point, though, about, and I asked for this to be on the agenda promptly. And, we can pass this and we can send it to the Plan Commission for their review.
I think one of the points that Chris raised is really the look of it, and having some kind of other review, maybe the Architectural Commission, would be appropriate, because I would presume in most instances want to see some variability in the topography of the berm, and we may want to also see a landscape plan with it. How far that needs to go, should go, probably is something that may be an important thing to kick to the Plan Commission. So I think that adopting this tonight with a sort of provisional mindset and letting the Plan Commission review it with a more broad view of some of the aesthetic aspects of berms may end up with an even better product. This was intended mostly to get the technical aspects of it under control, because there are some concerns about that, and also to ratchet down that maximum height without any kind of discretionary review. So those are the two things that this ordinance does, but it doesn't really address the more nuanced issues that Bobby and Chris and others have mentioned.
Vic, would it be sufficient to say that berms are subject to the approval of the Plan Commission, period?
Well, we'd still need to have standards for the Plan Commission or whomever's going to do it. And, and actually preparing this, Jeff and Dave and I had considered what those standards were, and we were not entirely sure where the board wanted to go with this. I think we understood that putting the clamps down was part of the issue. And so that's what we've more or less presented to you, with some opportunity for a little more discretion if it's over 4 feet. But I do think that Bobby's thought of having the Plan Commission take a closer look at this may give us the more textured view of the treatment of these berms going forward that I think Chris raised some concerns about.
Yeah, don't remember, also, we have the Scenic Corridor Conservancy Commission too. So we've got another commission that will probably want to look at it as well. So,
This actually, we have more specific regulations and greater discretion in the Scenic Corridor. So I don't know that this will have that much effect on those. It's really the berms outside of there that this was intended to give some focus to.
got it.
But the Conservancy could come up with those real environmental aspects of this and the aesthetics that could be really important long-term.
Yeah. And maybe that's going to be the commission that is best suited to review any kind of berm plans that come along.
I think so.
Yeah, but again, what we did at this point, in part because we didn't have the timing to send it to public hearing, was to try to keep it all in the building code and to afford the village board discretion for anything over 4 feet. But I do think that if you were to act on this tonight, you could couple it with a referral to the Plan Commission for further review, and that may end up with a overall better product, because it will look at some of the issues from a more aesthetic point of view rather than the technical points of view that are reflected in this ordinance.
Okay, then I would make a motion to approve an ordinance amending the Long Grove Village Code regarding standards for certain screening to be, I don't know how you want to add.
I think it'd be a motion to approve this ordinance with a further direction for the Plan Commission to undertake public hearings on berm regulations.
Okay.
Okay, so that was moved by Trustee O'Reilly, seconded by Chuck. I couldn't hear you. If you
Second.
seconded by Trustee Nora. That's a roll call.
Trustee Borowski,
Yes.
Trustee Kritzmeyer,
Yes.
Trustee O'Reilly,
Aye.
Trustee Nora,
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor.
Nay,
I'm sorry, was that a nay?
no,
That was an aye. Okay, thank you.
no.
And
it was
Trustee,
no.
oh,
It's a
it
no.
was a nay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. And Trustee Michaud.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
So that's
Um,
5-1.
5-1, you got it. Yeah, motion carried. So thank you, everyone. Good conversation there. Okay. I see Paul Harlow is here tonight from HR Gov, and thank you for joining. I appreciate you waiting for a little bit too, as we got through a few items, some unplanned tonight. But you know, we've made the decision to hire Bill Balling as our interim manager, and the next step is we need to hire a replacement manager. And so you know, the discussion tonight is your capabilities, HR Gov's capabilities, as far as the executive search capabilities. There is a proposal in the board packet. It's online as well. And Paul, welcome. And you know, maybe you could take us through your proposal and you know what kinds of things we should know about you as we try to make a decision on a search firm to find a new village manager.
Sure. President Jacob, thank you. Thank you for the invitation, members of the board as well, to be with you this evening to talk about the proposal for GovHR to be involved in your selection of your next village manager. A little bit of background. you'll work off of your proposal that you have, and you have that. So I don't need to go through everything.
You want me to
that's-
present anything, or is there, or are you just going to talk?
Well, if you have the proposal in certain pages of it, might be helpful to bring up.
So just tell me what you want me to bring up, and I'll bring it up. So
Very, very good. We'll start with page 6.
Okay.
Which starts the phases of the process. Quickly, a little bit of background on GovHR. Beginning in 2009, GovHR, under the leadership of its president and CEO, who have a significant amount of experience in government and the public sector. I first met Heidi Voorhees when she was the village manager in Wilmette, just down Green Bay Road from where I was the manager in Glencoe, and came to know and understand Heidi's integrity and process, and was pleased to have an opportunity following my leaving Glencoe to join her and perform recruitments as well as management studies for GovHR. Since 2009, GovHR has done more than 700 recruitments throughout the United States, 38 states. And the business has increased, and I sincerely believe, based on the reputation and the quality of the work that GovHR has performed through its 20-some separate consultants, the ability to present qualified candidates for villages and municipalities to consider. I've often said one of the best things we can do in finding people who may be a fit for your municipality is make a decision difficult for you. To find people who meet your needs, your qualifications, and you then have the tough decision of deciding which one of those is the best fit. We use that term fit often in this process, and finding that candidate that can mirror the culture of your community, who can understand what makes Long Grove tick, knowing how to work with the people in the community, the president, the board, your plan commission and zoning board of appeals, your architectural commission, all those entities that make up what Long Grove is all about. We have evolved to developing this in 5 phases, a process that we work with to get you candidates for you to be able to determine which ones you would like to pursue. It's a good point in this process right now is to make sure that it's understood that the way GovHR works is that this is your process. We have a template that's formed for the purpose of following procedures and make sure that we hit all the critical and important process that's involved in this, but it is your process. Nothing gets done without the approval of Long Grove. Nothing gets done without an understanding of what the process will involve and what the next steps in the process might be. So we start out with a phase 1 with position assessment, announcement, and brochure. I have always considered that this position assessment is probably the most critical of any phase of this process. And that is a time when you tell us who the stakeholders in your community are, who you want us to talk to, who you want me to interview to find out what this position is all about, what you see as the ideal candidate, what qualifications they should have, what the concerns are in the position, what the ongoing and future needs that this person should be able to address are, what the challenges are that they may be facing, or the opportunities to deal with them. Following that, also very important, the education and experience criteria that you might establish for this position. And frankly, whether or not it's critical that you have somebody coming in with municipal experience, or whether you think somebody who has private sector experience that can be translatable to what this position requires, is also part of the makeup of what you want to see in candidates. Following those stakeholder interviews, we put together a position announcement that's placed on our website and in social media. And we develop a recruitment brochure. I think there was a sample that was forwarded to you as well of what a brochure is. It's a multi-page document that talks about the community. It talks about again, the challenges and opportunities that the community is looking to and facing, what the ideal candidate qualifications should be, and how the process will go forward. Also, as part of this is the recruitment timetable. We would work with you to make sure that an effective timetable is established, which we follow pretty religiously. You know, I've never had a recruitment that hasn't followed very closely to a timetable that we've been able to establish with the organization. And typically, we can turn a recruitment process around in 90 to 120 days from the time the contract gets signed to the appointment of your candidate. Of course, there are things that can get in the way. I'm dealing with a community right now who is facing the challenges of health issues within their community, and then faced a very tragic incident involving a firefighter that was killed in a training exercise. So the timetables can be adjusted and should be adjusted when the need arises. But I think it's very realistic that we can establish a 90 to 120 day timetable for Long Grove. Once we've got that all set in place, we go out, advertise to the different sources that we have, all the ones that you've probably heard about, you know, and Mr. Balling is very familiar with, you know, ICMA, International City Managers, the Illinois Association, the Municipal League. We determine whether it's appropriate to reach out beyond the boundaries of northeastern Illinois and look to other regions and other states to determine whether that's an appropriate outreach for this particular search. We have extensive use of social media for the purposes of advertising. One of our most effective assets in terms of attracting candidates right now is LinkedIn. It's proven to be able to be very effective in reaching out to candidates for municipal positions, as well as the very important database that we have. In conducting as many recruitments as we have, we can select from the database that GovHR has the criteria based on the size of the municipality, the experience that we might be looking for by the profile that's been put together, to develop an email blast to send out to those people who are in our database who might be looking for a position and would be fit into what Long Grove is looking for. So we get that information out, we get the information back. We then start with the process of going through every candidate that submits an application, matching that against the criteria that you have established for the position, and then determining which candidates based on that would likely be the best fit and in the category of being somebody who should be considered for the position of Long Grove Village Manager. That process and it then involves the selection of that candidate, notification of that candidate for interview, completion of a questionnaire on their prior work experience, them providing us and we contacting 2 references for them at this phase of the process. And then an all-important internet and social media search on candidates. It's remarkable in this day and age that people who are often applying for very responsible positions have no consideration for what they may have put on social media. But we're going to find that out and determine whether that has an impact on their ability to be level-headed and have the right demeanor for this position. We conduct this interview. It's a video interview. It's using like Zoom resources that we're using tonight, where we put the candidate through their paces and make sure we have an understanding of what their background is, what their philosophy is on management, on leadership, and then we match that again to what you presented in terms of the criteria for this position. We then take that and from that develop a list of candidates that we then present to you for your consideration. You receive a recruitment report presenting the credentials of candidates that we think are most qualified for the position. You get our evaluation. I would meet with you and we would go through those candidates and get our evaluation, my evaluation of how I believe these candidates may be successful in the position of village manager in Long Grove, or point out to you what we feel are some of the potential shortcomings that have evolved in the course of our review process with the candidates. That again is your process. We go from that point after considerable review of those candidates to a time when candidates then are selected by you to be able to continue in the process. If you move to the interview process, or when you move to the interview process, we work with you in developing interview questions for your review and input. So we have a set of questions that can be asked of the candidates when they are presented for interview. We take care of making sure that they know about their appointments. If it's an in-person, we make arrangements for them to be at the designated place for the interview. Or if it's a virtual environment, we make sure that is all set up. We can provide you with those questions for you to be able to have when the interviews take place, as well as evaluation sheets for the interviewers to assess the candidate's skills and abilities in the process. Importantly, at that point, when this process gets narrowed down, we move to background screening as well. And you can see the essential elements of a background screening process that GovHR conducts. Now, I have to tell you, because somewhere in my background also has some law enforcement, our criminal background screening is with the information that is known and available to us based on what the candidate presents. It's not in-depth. It's not the kind of thing that you would get with a fingerprint check or anything like that. But it's thorough and it covers areas of exposure that we think are important for you to consider when looking at candidates. This background screening process, education verification, credit history, fiduciary responsibilities that come with the position of a manager imply that a credit history may be a very important asset for the hiring entity. Driver's license, social security verification, those are all part of that. And we have that prior to your making a determination as to a finalist candidate or candidates that you want to move forward with.
Can I stop you earlier in the process, Mr. Harlow?
Absolutely.
This is Ann Meyer, and so I just way up earlier you talked about who are the stakeholders and things like qualifications and experience. Is that something you would also counsel us on? I know we've been the idea of municipal experience versus private sector experience. Somebody who has held a job at the manager level versus an assistant manager or some other staff manager. What's your process, or what's your experience in terms of guiding village staff and trustees through that evaluation, even before you get to all of this amazing implementation you've described?
Yeah, I think there are when you work through the criteria, I think it's very important to get a full understanding as to the duties and responsibilities of this position. A good deal, from my understanding and my preliminary review of how Long Grove works, is there's a lot of contract management. There's a lot of experience that's needed in managing, and I think we have found not that often, and maybe Bill has some circumstances where he's seen this. Not very often, but times when coming from the private sector management experience, that it can be translated into the needs of a local municipality. I will tell you my opinion that oftentimes candidates that come to this type of position will have followed a career path that has taken them through acquiring experience in municipalities, so they could knowing and understanding the nuances of municipal government oftentimes gives them a little bit of an edge in terms of their ability to be able to translate what they do and what their experience is into the needs of the municipality. However, that's not to say that you couldn't find a private sector candidate who can translate that very well and be a viable candidate for you. I think that should come through how we look at the position and what information we get out of the stakeholder interviews.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we have that process that takes you to a time when you would interview your candidates and make your determination. An additional element that I just want to mention, it's on the proposal, is I'm trying to find the page. It's on page 14. This is something that I had not used before until this past year, and that is the recorded one-way video interview of candidates. I found it extremely valuable to the hiring entity. When I come in and present candidates, we're looking at the black and white of the papers that say what the resume is and their letter of interest, their experience, and the like. But seeing a candidate with this one-way video interview, I thought was extremely valuable to the hiring entity. It's a very simple process. We put the candidates in touch with company that GovHR uses. They are provided with a series of questions, like 3 to 4 questions that they have a defined time period to answer, and they they provide you with an answer that becomes posted, and then anybody who's involved in the selection process has the opportunity to independently review their responses to those three to 4 questions that you consider to be critical. And you get a feel for the candidate, much different than what the best I can do in presenting somebody on paper. So it's just an added element that I think GovHR has started to use more and more. And personally, I've been able to use it just this past year and found it very, very valuable. I think in conclusion, this is again your process. This is one that I think based on the experience that GovHR has, we can do a very good job for you. It's not just me coming forth in presenting this process or this candidate. With the amount of people in the experience that they have in municipal government, they're all practitioners. They've all served in the public sector and municipal government. The resources of the organization are the resources that I will have available to assist in finding the best candidates for you. So it's not just the ads, it's not just the email blasts, it's the personal experience that they have. Oftentimes I'll get a call from another consultant who says, you might want to look at so and so, because based on the criteria that's been established for this position, they may be a real viable candidate for you, and that goes so far in this business. So with that, I'm prepared to answer any questions that you might have. Oh,
thank you, Paul.
One other thing, you saw the sheet that has our list of fees as well. If you have any questions regarding that, be happy
Yep,
to.
no, we did, and we saw a timeline too. So there was a timeline in here. I think 85 days or 90
Yep.
days or something like that, right? So
Right.
So, all right, any questions from the board for Paul?
Questions?
Please go, Rita.
Paul, thanks for being here this evening. We certainly appreciate it. And I'm probably a factor in why you had to wait so long for us to hear you. So I apologize up front.
Not a problem. Thank you.
You mentioned a timetable of 90 to 120 days.
Yes.
Is the fact that we are in the fall to early winter time period relevant to how many people look this time of year? COVID certainly, maybe. Are you finding that any sort of influence on how many are looking or not looking?
No, I have not seen the number of responses or applicants having been affected by COVID. Again, it has set up some unusual circumstances in the process, but in terms of interviewing candidates or completing interviewing candidates, I can't say it's anything else. I also have conducted processes that have gone through these upcoming months, November, December, that I thought might be impacted because of the holiday season that may be involved, and it had not. This process can start. If you were to choose GovHR to conduct this recruitment, I could start on this as early as next week.
Thank you. Knowing what you know about us, what do you think are 3 top issues/problems might be for candidates?
That's the part where we put in the brochure opportunities and challenges. We never present them as problems. You know, I don't know specifically. I think as any municipal organization, you're going through, you know, the issues of where you get your funding, how you get your funding. Is the state going to pay what they owe you? What resources do you have available to deal with the impact of what COVID may present? How are you going to be able to maintain the viability and the ability of your small businesses in your community to stay vibrant in the context of what Long Grove has been for them and for the people coming to that community. You know, I don't see. I don't see in the very limited research I've been able to do that you're overwhelmed with issues like I have seen in other municipalities that I have worked in.
Thank you.
I have a question or two.
Please go.
Paul, could you, I'm Bobby. Could you give me a better description of who you consider the stakeholders?
Yeah, typically in a village administrator recruitment, clearly the first line of stakeholders would be the village president and the board of trustees. I've conducted a process, either one-on-one interviews or in deference to the Open Meetings Act, you know, have two trustees where I met at any particular time to be able to discuss the position. Clearly, Mr. Balling and his knowledge of the organization from administrator, a manager's position would be critical. There may be a desire to incorporate people who are on your committees or your commissions or chairs of the committees or commissions. It's even gone to levels of people who are active in the community because of their certain position in the community. You know.
Well, you had mentioned reaching out into the community, and I wondered if you had a preconditioned plan of who those people would be.
No, because again, I think what's critical is that should evolve from the preliminary discussions as to who it's important to talk to, and I don't want to assume that I would know that should come from you.
Okay. Then you mentioned, and I couldn't hear you clearly about not the criminal, but what kind of investigations you do before you bring a finalist to us.
Yeah, it's a background screening process that GovHR has adopted. And it includes the following 5 elements: driver's history, social security verification, education verification, credit history, and a criminal background screening. These are all electronic processes. This is not to the extent of, you know, boots on the ground where somebody would go in and talk to somebody about a candidate, or go to a you know, Lake County courthouse to run a candidate. These are all electronic databases. That's why I say it provides a basic screen element of screening, but it's limited to a basic element of screening.
Do you also, everybody's got a history. Do you also go back to their previous employers?
Yes. In terms of references that are presented, GovHR does contact 2 initial references prior to presentation. So you would hear about those candidates from at least 2 references at the time of the presentation, and that would be expanded to an additional 2 or 3. Another critical element along the way is that it's usually somebody in a community, when the time comes that you want to say that this is our candidate, this is the person we think that is the best fit for us. Reaching out then at administrative levels, manager to manager, is extremely valuable in having before a final determination is made.
Okay, Rita touched on the 90 to 120 days. You don't think that holiday time interrupts that time frame?
I don't. As I said, from my previous experience where I've conducted recruitments during the holiday time period, it has not been a problem. But thinking about the process, if we were to start a process that gets the stakeholders interviews, we get the announcement put together, we get the recruitment profile, the brochure out on the street within the next what is that, 4 to 5 weeks, 6 weeks. We've got then it's the candidates looking at it and applying for that, and me monitoring those candidates as they present their credentials for the position.
Okay, last 2 questions. One is, out of the last 50 placements you've made, I don't know how long a period of time that would be. In 5 years, how many are still in place?
That's hard to, I don't know that, and I apologize. I should know that. My understanding is that there's two things. One is how many are still in place in terms of their career development. There's times when you would have a candidate that would come in and after 5 years say it was understood that in my next position would be, I'd be looking for a larger municipality, or a municipality that offers different types of challenges. Then you also have the candidate, which I think is more relevant. How many just are a bust in the first year or so? It's really not what we expected. What we've been told is that there's like 1% of candidates that kind of don't make it in the first year, and that's where GovHR offers that 1 year guarantee for replacing that at the cost to the municipality of expenses and advertising. And I've only had one of those, and that was literally the person that was placed in the position found themselves having a legal problem where they were arrested and resigned from their position. So it was.
Okay, one last question is that I'm looking at your proposal, and it's dated September 24th, which was before we even got into who we were hiring. So I'm wondering how you got in the door so early.
I had no idea. I was presented with this proposal. I know that there was some preliminary discussion with Mike Earl, who's vice president, who does runs the GovTemps in consideration of a interim manager. I think that this proposal coincided with that, but I'm not sure about that.
That was probably a result of my phone calls.
Okay.
I did make a call. Greg Belowski had recommended, and I do think I spoke with Mike Earl at that time.
Okay.
For regarding interim manager. So he's on the ball.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the board?
Paul, this is Rita. I have one more, I guess it's a philosophical question for you.
Aren't you going to ask what's so great about Long Grove that would want somebody to come here?
I know the answer to that. I'll let you ask that.
No, go ahead.
But, I'm wondering, I get the impression, I think because it's either been verbalized or at least inferred that you are our guardian angels, so to speak, you are, or your associate through this process. What do you do about a candidate that you in your soul feel that maybe they don't interview well, but that they would be a good match? What has happened in the past in a situation like that, if anything?
Well, I want a candidate to come in and fill this position who has enduring value and who has not only the ability to walk in the door and do a good job, but to be able to meet the changing needs of your community and your requirements as time goes on. So the context that I put it in is this is an important position. It's a critical leadership position. You should be able to, if you're qualified, you should be able to walk in the door and be able to take on the responsibilities that come with the position. And that's what I look for. If somebody doesn't cut it because they may be a good future candidate, well then I would counsel them on what they need to do for that next go around. But I would want to bring you a candidate that is qualified and ready to take on the challenges and responsibilities when they walk in the door.
I see. Okay, thank you very much.
Hey, Paul, what kind of a guarantee do you give us? That the person's going to stick around, right? What if we hire this individual and they leave? What happens then?
That's on the GovHR guarantee. That's on the top page 12.
Okay.
President Jacob. Again, it says no additional professional fee be incurred if the client does not make a selection from the initial group or recommended candidates or request candidates be developed for interview consideration. So that's a process. That's not what I think what you were asking. But upon appointment of a candidate, should the selected or appointed candidate at the request of the client or employee's own determination leave the employee of the client within the first 12 months of appointment, we will, if desired, conduct one additional recruitment for the cost of expenses and advertising only. This request needs to be made within 6 months of the employee's departure. So it's pretty much a one year guarantee. They leave for whatever reason.
Thank you. Well, I mean, it's better to take your time to find the right person than to make a bad hire, because you will discover that many times a lot later. So that's true.
Let me expand on that in relation to the previous question. At 90 to 120 days is doable. We'll do it in 90 to 120 days. But I've always felt, and I've always heard municipalities tell me, let's if we need a little bit extra time to make sure we get to the right decision and that right candidate, let's not push the process in deference to compromising the quality of the candidates.
Let's see, Chris, you've been quiet.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, or I don't know what I have actually. So again, thank you for joining us tonight. Appreciate it. Bill, your question about guarantees, interesting, not so much in leaving, but what guarantee that we have that GovHR actually is going to bring us any candidates? I mean, if I'm reading the proposal right, we're basically signing up to a fixed rate, but yet we don't have any guarantee that we're actually going to see any candidates. Am I missing the point, or is there some guarantee that we're actually going to see qualified candidates coming in the front door?
I've never had that asked me. I've never run into a situation, nor have I heard of a situation where we have not been able to provide a list of viable candidates. You know, whether at time of the presentation it's 15 candidates or it's a half dozen candidates that fit the criteria. We have not had issues with finding candidates that meet the criteria and are viable candidates to be presented for your consideration.
Okay, thank you for that. What's your success rate then, if that's the case? So of all of your engagements that you've had within whatever period of time, what's your success rate? I mean, how many have you walked away from and said, we just can't do it?
I've not heard of that happening.
All right, good. The reason I bring the question up, I was kind of perusing LinkedIn because you mentioned your LinkedIn presence as being very strong, but yet, you know, I see a lot of your postings online, and sorry, I'm kind of blunt and direct. So a lot of your postings online only have a couple of candidates, if any, even who have applied. And some of those postings have been on the web for weeks, if not months. So I was just kind of curious, and that's the basis of my question. I mean, you know, there's a lot of jobs that you guys have posted that only have like 0, 1, or 2 applicants who've actually applied, and I'm just kind of curious to get your thoughts on that.
Applied through LinkedIn?
Yes.
That's what you're seeing. Yeah. Well, you know, maybe what they're seeing is the position announcement come through LinkedIn, and then they're going through all the applications that come into GovHR have to go through our website. So you know, maybe it's that they then are going through the process as we require by specific application through the website.
Chris, anything else?
No, I guess I still don't know the answer to my question though. So what if there are no candidates? Then what happens?
We keep going until we get them. We work through the process to make sure we have it. I would be very surprised if we did not obtain a considerable number of candidates who are interested in this position. Be very surprised.
Thank you.
I do see the payment terms at 1/3 is when the proposal is accepted, and then the next 1/3 is following the recommendation of a candidate. So I suppose, you know, from an out-of-pocket expense standpoint, which is probably not the issue because we really need to get somebody in place, but we may only be responsible for 1/3 if they never get there. So per the payment terms.
Right.
Yeah, but then we're still locked in for some period of time, and we can't do anything else really. You know, we have handcuffs on.
Well, that's the kind of stuff that we'll have to ask for Vic's help on if we select them.
Right. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you. Hey,
thank you, Paul.
Chuck, you've been really quiet, and I know you dropped off. You got internet problems. Are you back? Are you here?
Yeah, I'm back, Bill.
Did you get to hear most of it, or did you miss?
Yeah, I
some?
did. And quite honestly, the other trustees did a great job of asking questions. And I don't think I have any more to put out there.
All right, thank you. How about Jenny?
I just had one question. With the background checks, have you ever found that I just spoke to, has that ever not been sufficient? Just that kind of online background check? Have you ever had any issues where there's been more skeletons hidden in the closet that weren't apparent?
It has not. It consistently reveals the challenge on the internet checking process is one of making sure that you identified that this internet response is specifically related to this individual. That's been more the challenge than it has in presenting information about the individual, about a criminal background information.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay, great. Are we at a point to stop here? I know we'll have to talk about it, but from, having Bill here, can we move on at this point, or let Paul go, or what?
I'm good. I know we got another proposal I would like to, discuss as well, but I think I'm satisfied with the questions and answers I've heard.
I am too.
I agree.
So am I.
You went off mute, so I get worried when you go off mute. Rita?
I said, oh, Rita.
No, Chuck, you're good. Thank you.
I'm good. I'll go back to mute.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, good. So I think everyone's good. So Paul, thank you very much for spending your evening with us. We appreciate it. Thank you. And we'll be circling back. So
thank you very much.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Paul.
All right, bye. So I want to, under the trustee and president report, I want to talk about this a little bit further, but let's keep moving through the agenda if we can. The next item on the agenda is a proposal from Gaywalt Hamilton for North Kruger Road Construction and Engineering Services for the next phase of it. The federal funding was approved for us. Now, I'm still not 100% sure I understand. There was a little bit of a shortage there, right, Jeff, in the conversations, but maybe you can explain that and then explain what we need to approve tonight, since it's your proposal.
Can I ask you first, Bill? What's with the proposal for I got to click on the name that's from Baker Tilly.
Oh, so the Baker Tilly proposal, I had inquired with them last week to get us a proposal, right? And they just got it to me at whatever time it was, 4 o'clock this afternoon. I had followed up again. So I had hoped that we would, and that's what I wanted to talk about is maybe next week we schedule a meeting, we invite them in.
Okay, I just thought you skipped over it, which you did, but I didn't know.
No, well, it's actually, I didn't think it would get positioned right there. I just asked Dave to get it into the board packet so that we would have it to look at, but it literally came in too late and it's really not even on the agenda. So, yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yep, got it. And I think it was Bill that actually did it. So he passed the test. And thank you, Bill, for getting it up there. Maybe I wouldn't have put it there, but all good.
I did. The pressure was on, but
He put it in a logical place.
It's all good. It's all good. And I did notice it too, because Dave sent me an email at like 7 o'clock saying it's there. And I go, yeah, no, I saw it. I looked. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So Jeff, can you take it away?
All right. Yes. So let's, I'll answer your first question though. First, Bill, the budget shortfall. So basically what had happened is the Lake County Council Mayors is the liaison for the project, and we had been in contact with the council ever since the project started, and more often last year as the project was delayed and ultimately moved to 2021. And through all of the updates, we had informed the council of mayors that the project required $1.4 million in federal participation. And as it reported at the last board meeting, when we started working through the numbers and getting proposals together and things of that nature, it was discovered that those amendments had not gotten to CMAP. Lake County Council of Mayors is the liaison. IDOT administers the project, the program, but because of the federal funding, it goes through CMAP, the Chicago Metropolitan Area Planners. So they only had $1.2 million in there in federal participation. So that's where the budget shortfall of the 200,000 came from, 1.2 to 1.4 in federal participation. Now that 200,000, you know, that is subject to the 80-20 split, but getting that in there so the village pays 20 cents on the dollar versus 100 cents on the dollar is certainly something worth getting changed on their end. So it was a change that we had told the county, but had not been processed, upstream of them.
So what do I need to do, or what do we need to do? What, should I be doing anything?
No, we notified, the council notified us. We talked to Dave about it, and that was, the discussion at the last board meeting, so that after that, we made sure that the council had all the correct information so that they could make sure that that gets changed. So they have everything, they're processing it.
So the number we're working with is a gross of 200,000, but a net of 40,000?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. But we need to front it and then we'll get reimbursed later.
Correct.
Yeah, but it's got to get approved, because right now only 1.2 million is approved and 1.4 should have been approved. So that's what the issue is, so.
Okay.
But the good news is it's approved, right? So 1.2 million is approved. That's a big deal.
Yes. And we certainly need the 1.4 in federal participation approved.
Right.
But
as well.
Jeff, is it a problem that, like, I've sat in on a couple of those meetings, that's $200,000. Is it possible that that's been allocated elsewhere? Or is it just, oh, it's a Scrivener error and it'll be okay?
Actually, what happened is all of the projects that were grandfathered, which it's this project, and I know one of the other ones is up in Fox Lake. They actually also got, a bump to make sure that, this could happen, a funding bump. So that particular project, I do know, is going through the same discussion.
But Jeff, I thought they were talking about there was an extra $600,000, right? So that got me a little bit worried that our 200,000 was being, potentially going to somebody else, right? So
Well, we sure don't want that to happen, right?
yeah. So you're okay.
But
There was some extra money I heard. So on the last call.
But what's the likely outcome of that, Jeff?
That it'll be approved.
Okay, all right.
All right.
So I can sleep nights, right?
What's worst case?
What's worst case? The council has said that this is going to go through. They're very, very confident that it's going to go through.
So worst case is it doesn't go through.
We owe 200,000 extra. It's going to cost us 200,000.
That would be ultimate.
160 grand more. 160 grand more.
Correct. That would be ultimate worst
40
case.
of
Yes.
the 200, right? So it'd be 160 grand more is worst case.
Okay, when will we know the results?
Not till next year now, right, Jeff? Because it's
No, okay, so what we have before us tonight is the agreement. We're in the queue now for the March 5th letting, so we're in this 5-month series of checkpoints. The first one is getting all of the draft agreements and plans to the council and IDOT by November 23rd. The council will give us the verbal of the approval of this funding change long before that, but that will be, soon after that will be the official stamp of this is all approved. Soon after November 23rd, so roughly,
By the end of the year.
Shortly after, yeah. Mhm. I would imagine we'll know early December.
Okay.
At the latest.
Okey doke.
Okay, so that's the funding change. What we have tonight is the phase 3 construction engineering proposal from Gewalt Hamilton. Now, this is the proposal for the construction and management oversight of the project. As on the agenda, we're looking for direction tonight. This proposal is in draft form, and that is on purpose and intentional. As I mentioned, we need to send the draft of this agreement to the council by November 23rd. Want to present it to the board, make sure that they have a chance to look at it, digest it, ask questions before we send the draft in. The board will need to approve this to submit to in final form in January, since the village has one meeting in December. Queuing it up December 8th is what I've done with the village manager in preparation of draft agendas moving forward.
We may now have a second one, but.
Oh,
just so
okay.
you know. But yes.
Okay. So this particular item does deserve a little bit of discussion. We last presented the draft phase 3 engineering proposal to the village in December of last year. And if you look through the notes, the amount of that proposal was $145,000 and change. It was updated to a little bit over $153,000. And the proposal that you see today is $200,490. Okay, so it is a big jump, and the question is why the big jump, right? So let me walk through that just a little bit. So this project was initially put into the federal participation program in 2016 by the then council liaison, Bruce Christensen. His rule of thumb was 10% of the project cost for phase 3, construction, engineering, and oversight. Back in December, when we were going through the exercise and putting draft agreements together and things like that, the program was frozen, if you remember. And even in December, the rumblings had started that, hey, you know, is this project even going to go? And with that, you know, there was no opportunity or discussion. You know, the money in the program was the money in the program. Okay. Even last year when we presented it, the 150,000, if I can round to nice even numbers, you know, that was less than 10% of the construction costs. Our office has found that these federal projects, it takes about 12.5% of the construction monies to effectively and appropriately manage the project and see the project through the reporting and the closeout with IDOT. I had a brief discussion with Rita this afternoon and let her know that you know, one of the last projects that the village had with federal money was the Oakwood Bridge, and that has still not been closed out. So with the federal funding, that does take time to close out. Now, so 50,000, you know, it basically went from less than 10% of the construction cost to a 12.5%, which is, like I said, what we have found that it takes to do these projects. So the prior comment is also true here, that the number goes from 150,000 to 200,000, again, if I can round it, and that's subject to the 80-20 split. So the village share of that is 10,000. So the village share of 150,000 is 30,000. The village share of 200,000 is 40,000. So that kind of puts in magnitude what we have. So the good news is this is all subject to the split. The bad news is it's a big number increase. And I wanted to make sure that I brought this to the board, had this discussion, had plenty of time to look at it, ask questions, well in advance of submitting this draft agreement to the council on by November 23rd.
Hey, Rita, since you are asking questions, do you have any concerns?
Well, Jeff, yes. Short answer, yes. And this is still sort of in the middle of coming to a conclusion. So Jeff, I'll shoot this past you. The 150 to 200,000 is 25%. So if Gaywald Hamilton's costs are 12.5%, how come this number is 25%?
So, yeah, well, 200 over 1.7 million is about what we have. So, and I when we did this, it was 1.6. So that's the 12.5. So actually, with the last estimate, it's just a little under 12%.
The difference between, but the difference between 150 and 200 is 25%.
Right.
So help me with that.
It's actually
So
a 33% increase, by the way. So
Well,
in
yeah,
December,
50, right.
in December, the costs were, the projected costs of the project were still 1.6 million, closer to 1.6 than 1.7. And, you know, that was 9.3%, 150,000.
Okay.
You know, if you take the numerator number and expand that, and, you know, you keep the denominator the same, the percentages, that's the way the numbers work out.
Thanks, Jeff. That didn't help.
yeah, so I mean, we're just so why? I mean, I know you tried to explain it, but why did it go up so much? Yeah.
In December, we had 150,000 over a $1.6 million project. That's 9.3%. Now we have 200,000 over the same $1.6 million project. That's 12.5%. So the number does go up, you know, 25%, but percentage wise of the construction value, it only goes up about 3%.
Yeah, but why? I mean, but I think the question is where I'm still struggling with, maybe Rita's too. What really made it go up? What did your costs go up? Are you doing more work or?
Okay, so the mindset in December was, you know, make this project happen and do the project. But at you know, 9.3%, you know, Gaywald Hamilton is not going to cover their costs of it. The tip was frozen, so we didn't change it. We knew we couldn't. Now with the new program, we're afforded the opportunity, or, you know, to increase the federal participation in the construction, you know, and with that goes the increase in the construction engineering fees. The state allows the maximum contract to be 14.5%. Again, our office, you know, 12.5% is what we found on these projects is to be the cost to get them through the construction and closeout. There's not any one thing particularly that I can say accounts for all of the increase. You know, it's a combination of the reporting that's required for the project. There's a component with the new new program with the reporting that we have to give to the council on a monthly basis. You know, I'm certainly not going to say that the labor increases are a significant portion of that for a year. But like I said, it's all of the little things that add up together to the big number.
Okay.
I have a little different number workings on this. Is that if you went from 10% a percentage, and you now want to go up to 12%, that's like a 20% increase in my mind, maybe my math, and just cause, and it's kind of like cheese packages. They don't tell you that the price went up, they just make them smaller. So everybody's kind of doing it and they put their own little spin on it. And yet we're talking big money. And yet when we get to engineering or roads, we never can say no because it's the only game. It's the only game there is.
So one other thing that I wanted to add, these contracts are set up and they can be looked at as a time and material not to exceed. Invoices you'll see on a monthly basis, time and material, the 200,000 would be the not to exceed number.
Yeah, but I guess my point is we have no control over your costs. We have no control over anything that you do once you have a contract. And so I have no idea, are you cost conscious or are you not? Are we just, you know, a funnel for money? And please don't take this personally. It's just something that has always bothered me about road costs and engineering costs.
So I certainly would say that we're cost conscious, and you know, one of the other things that you will see with all of these invoices are the detailed timesheets.
Why don't let me ask you a dumb, not just general question, maybe a dumb question. Why don't we competitively bid engineering oversight costs? So, you know, we're paying Jeff to bring us to this point. Why aren't we competitively bidding this out to 3 firms to see what their oversight fees would be? Is that a dumb question to ask, or did I miss something?
I don't know that it's dumb, but the value is not.
Hi, let me jump in. This is Vic. We have some limitations as to what we can do when we're talking about professional services, such as engineering. We're not allowed simply to go out and say, give us the best price. There's a requirement first to go through an analysis of capability. Now, there's a waiver provision if you have a pre-existing relationship, but that factors into this. I don't recall, Jeff, maybe you can remind me whether this was a QBS. I believe it was.
Yeah, it was.
And so there's an added layer of procedure, but price is not the initial threshold for considering who can take on this work.
Okay,
but we're approved on the QVC basis. We're good and we're approved with using Gaywall Hamilton for that. That was all vetted.
Right, and that was a process that was focused primarily on capability first.
Right.
And you know, there was some consideration of price, but capability is really the threshold through which the whole thing has to be viewed.
But I guess I'm still asking dumb questions. So what would prevent us from qualifying two other firms in this vetting process?
So the QBS process, as Vic mentioned, you know, actually was put in place 2017, I think it was, you know, because the process, you know, there was a lot of communities, you know, doing, you know, just basing decisions on price, and they wanted to, and that's the reason the QBS process came out. Now, the QBS process we went through, Gaywall Hamilton was selected. There is a provision in that, and you can, I'd have to pull out all the documents and the policies that, you know, the board, the village selects the consultant based on the qualifications, And if negotiations for the contract fall through, that allows the village to go to the second, the runner-up, if you will, on that QBS selection process. And I believe that was ESI.
So the net of all that is to tell me if this is correct. If we're unhappy with the numbers from Gaywald Hamilton, we would then go to ESI for their numbers? Is that
Correct.
interpretation of that?
Yep.
Okay.
So can I ask another question that's related? So we've already spent $113,525, correct? For the phase.
For the phase 2, correct.
And we spent something for phase 1 too, right? So, so I guess I'm struggling here a little bit. I mean, did you not make money on the phase 2? So you need to increase it for phase 3. I think we're all scratching our head, and you did. Thank you for, coming to us saying, hey, it went up, and you're explaining the reasons why, but I think we're probably scratching our heads a little bit going, percentage wise, yeah, we get it. If the percent was 9 point whatever, and now it's 1.7, it'd be that much more, but not going to 12% because you can charge for it. I don't know. That's kind of what I heard, so that's my challenge.
So the 113,000 was the phase 2 engineering contract. And yeah, as you remember, the village waited a long time for IDOT to approve that. And, that was subject to that same 80-20 split. The 113,000, just rough numbers as of the last billing of it, we were at roughly 90 to 95,000, somewhere in there. So we have not exceeded that contract. So we've got, another month here to get everything in there and just kind of help usher through this 5-month series of checkpoints. But, we're not at that contract amount. We haven't lost money. And at this point, I wouldn't imagine that we're going to get to the point of that. And again, that one's set up the same, TNM not to exceed. So if we end up spending 110, that'll be the final billing, for example.
Oh, so let me just be sure my math is correct. It was 1.6 million, now it's 1.7 million. Which I get is a 9.3% increase. I get that, 9.3, 9.4, somewhere in there. It's $100,000. But of 1.7 million, 12.5% is $13,600. That 12.5% is that's the nut that GH has to crack. So if that is correct, I still don't understand why it's 50,000 more when 12.5% is 13,600. Am I mixing up my computation skills here, which is possible?
Now, like I said, the proposal in December of last year was underbid from us. I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, it was under 10%. There was not going to be any way that we were going to not, to get it done, to get it closed out for that. I think that would have put everybody in a difficult position of after the 150,000 rough numbers is up, what do we do then? Is that the contract, the not to exceed, is there change orders, things like that? But I want to avoid all of that and put the accurate number out there tonight, which is that 200,000 number.
So Jeff, I'm just telling you, I'm not comfortable giving direction. I don't know how the rest of the board is. We have a deadline to do this by the 23rd. I don't know. I'm not comfortable based on what I'm hearing tonight. So I think we need to hash this out a little bit more. I don't know if we have time
And
to
that,
do
and
that.
that's okay. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to bring it up tonight. Give it time to react and have another board meeting to get that direction.
I would certainly endorse that for a period of time. I'd love to see some numbers written down because all the numbers that have been thrown out here, so there's some math in here that's not quite right. And so if we could get a whole explanation of the numbers, I think it would, I know it would help me.
Can I ask one more question, Jeff? Just because it's how my mind works. You mentioned it was underbid last year. Was Gaywald Hamilton aware of that at the time, or how did that come about?
Like I said, when it was put in, it was 10%. The tip was frozen. So to keep that project moving and hopefully, like we all thought was going to happen, bid this year. Back December, we just went with that 10% number, which was 150,000 rough numbers.
I see. Okay, thank you.
The board okay with suspending the talk here? And then I don't know, Rita, if it's you, me, or and Bill Balling now meets with Gaywald to kind of go through this more, because I'm not comfortable
Sure.
tonight
Yeah, that'd be good.
to do this. And is the rest of the board okay with that?
I mean, 50,000 for me is half a pathway.
Well, the idea was, what I heard was, well, it's only 20% of 50, it's $10,000, but it's still our money. It's the federal government's money, which is our money.
Right.
And so that argument is where my concern was. So I appreciate the candor there, but that bothers me. So.
I would add that I'd like to see an explanation of the increase from 10 to 12%. As that's the going rate.
Yep.
I'm fine with tabling. I had just had one. So what are our options? Is Gaywald Hamilton willing to negotiate a different number, or would our next, if we're not willing to pay that, we have to go back out to get more numbers? Or those are two options? I just want to be clear what our choices are moving forward.
Yeah, I don't know what our choices are yet until we kind of go through this in more detail, right? We're on a time frame, so we probably don't have a whole lot of choice, but I still would like to understand these numbers better. It just doesn't make sense to me. That's all.
How much do we have to roll up our sleeves? Can we ask Bill and Dave and Jeff to please bring something back that is clear to follow?
That'd be great.
Bill, you're muted. Do you want to comment on that? You got it.
Yeah. Works for me.
Okay.
There we go. You got me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, this is the end part of the process. We pre-selected Gaywald as really being the engineer that we want to work with. They presented a proposal, and I will point out, just as a point of reference that hasn't been brought up, there's a lot of uncertainty in the construction engineering phase. There's a lot of control in the design engineering phase. So it doesn't surprise me that Jeff's team did a good job in keeping the cost of the design down. But there's an open area of exposure. So I understand their concern. I also understand the board's concern to really understand and what the growth is for the construction engineering phase. But it is a more time, it's more time risky, and it's a different type of effort and resources that is driven in large part by the ability of the contractors, the successful contractors, to complete their job in a timely manner, as well as closing out the project. So there are some genuine risks associated. I think clarifying the costs and the exposure, I understand the board's philosophic position that just because it's out of a federal pocket doesn't make it different, but there's been lots and lots of projects that have been approved with that rationale, because engineers need to live in that environment in terms of what the cost exposure is. And a lot of jurisdictions will say, well, as long as it's not a local pocket, it's acceptable. In this case, we have to look at the total cost and try to tie it into something a little more, put a package on it. But I think, Jeff, unless I'm making a mistake, this is the part of the final negotiation step that we've already pre-selected, and we'd like to work with Gay-Walt in this situation. But you see, almost everybody on the board has said, have we achieved the fair pricing and the credible pricing needed for the village board to put their approval stamp on this? And that's where, we should sit down and just roll up our sleeves and work out those elements of detail to see where that ends up. But I think the board, the one thing that was missing from this conversation, I think Gay-Walt is to be commended for coming in under budget on the design. And that's a reflection that they had a lot of control on the design, which is good. But when we move to the construction phase, there's a lot more uncertainty, and not only just in the closing out of the project, but just the observation and management, which they don't control the pace of the issues and some of the things that could be involved in the construction phase. So I think we can sit down and work up something acceptable, circulated in advance of the next meeting, and get some feedback from the board in terms of what they'd like to see, if that's a little bit more tolerable. But this is not an uncommon element, especially with these federal programs, because there's an awful lot of people that are in your seats in other jurisdictions that are very comfortable front loading the federal cost share if it's coming out of the federal government's pocket. And I think this board has taken the alternative position that it's public money. Let's make it credible and accountable. So, but I think we can work out something with, if Trustee O'Connor's on the team or another trustee, Bill, and Jeff and I would just hammer out this phase, because I think that's right at the point where we're at. And I do appreciate Jeff bringing this early enough that we can finalize this deal before we reach a deadline point.
Thanks, Bill. Well, I think we've got direction right from everyone, so I would be glad to be part of that discussion.
Me too.
And Rita, so if everyone's okay with that, let's do that.
Yeah.
All right, any no's? All right, no, thank you, Jeff.
Before Jeff goes, I need to ask him a question. And it's totally unrelated.
Yeah, we still have his engineering report coming up too.
Oh, okay, that's right, I'll wait.
So Jeff's not going to leave yet. But let's move, if we can, let's move to this emergency amendment that's on the agenda. It came up yesterday. Further inspecting, did all the proper notifications go out? And one was missed, and that was to the Department of Commerce and Economic Development for the establishment of the TIF. So in order to keep this on track for getting it completed this year, we put this item in the agenda to pass a revised ordinance, or a new ordinance, I guess, right, for establishing the TIF review board meeting, the public hearing for the South Gateway Tax Increment Finance District. So I don't know if Vic or Dave or Bill want to give any more commentary on that. That would be great.
Let me kick it off in terms of the document that's in front of you tonight. It's actually, we're trying to keep the elements of the process that have already been undertaken as intact as possible. And so we're amending the original ordinance. We're not starting over or anything like that. The one consequence, however, is that the notice that was missed was the one coming out of the gate. So we have to reset the entire clock. It puts us very close to the end of the year, but as the as the ordinance and some of the lead up to it has indicated, we have the ability still to complete it in 2020, which is relevant in order to maintain the integrity of the eligibility study that was previously performed. the real challenge here, and I appreciate that it's an unfortunate thing for everybody, is that it will require a meeting on December 29th.
29th. I looked, I saw that.
Yeah. But we could go to the 31st, if, we have that kind of luxury, but we literally have only a handful of dates that it could be. The 29th seemed to be the one most logical. We could move it up to the 28th, but then that actually puts a little more pressure in terms of getting the notices resent. And we thought that the 29th is a Tuesday, so at least it has some consistency with your schedule. And it gives us one extra day to make sure that all the notices get out. And I think we would be making a mistake if we pushed it too hard and then found that the notices didn't all get out and then have to scrap the whole thing. So it looked like in choosing the dates, the 29th was really the optimal date to move forward. It will also require a special meeting on the 15th of December, which would be the public hearing itself. So the public hearing would be moved to the 15th of December. The 29th would be the date at which you could consider the TIF adoption ordinances. For
Isn't the 15th our regular board meeting though? Isn't that right?
No, 15th is the third Tuesday.
Oh, got it. Okay, got it.
Sorry about it. But you can actually reschedule your meetings if you want, just to, combine those meetings, and instead of going on the 8th, move it to the 15th. I don't know if that has an impact on anything else we have in the works, but you have that option. It's just a matter of making sure that the notices are sent. One other consequence of this, and this affects Ann, and I see Rich is on the line too, is that the Joint Review Board will need to go through its steps again, because the appropriate notices for that are keyed into the notice that has to be resent. So
do we need to go through the full TSCA discussion of the eligibility at that time as well?
It can certainly be truncated, but that's one of the two things that are required as part of the Joint Review Board agenda. So the agenda will be substantially identical to what you saw before. I think that, Lee can certainly trim that discussion if he, if he thinks that's appropriate. And if people have questions, the discussion could actually be picked up that way. If I recall, his review of that was, I don't want to say a reiteration of the reports. It was more of a executive summary of the reports. But if people have those in advance, which they do, and we'll be getting another copy of, that conversation from Lee can be much shorter.
Further my education only, why do we need to notify DCEO?
Because the statute says so. And I will tell you, in many respects, I think that is a vestigial portion of the TIF Act. If you ever read the TIF Act, and I would not recommend it to anybody, you will see that it is a complete mess. But at one time, TIFs could routinely include, as part of the increment, sales tax increment that otherwise would have gone to the state. And when those were in place, DCEO always had to get notice. They got rid of that, I think, in 1988, but they didn't get rid of the notice to the DCEO. And so it's been in the statute all of this time, really has nothing to do with it. They don't even administer any part of it in terms of new TIFs. That's all done through the comptroller's office. Nevertheless, it's in the statute.
Because years ago, they were stakeholders, basically.
Yes, and for whatever reason, they didn't lose their seat at the, they don't have a seat at the Joint Review Board table, but they do have a seat in the notice table, and that's never been taken from them.
Thank you.
Two good pieces of news. One is this was caught. It would have been a shame if it was 3 weeks from now and it was caught. And the other thing is, with these extra meetings, we don't have to worry about snow. Hey, you find happiness where you can, where you
so long as the governor continues to issue his executive orders relating to COVID, we'll be able to do these without concern with the parking lot at the village hall being adequately plowed.
Right.
Well, that's kind of like two things are certain, death and taxes. Well, there's the third one's the governor's executive order will be in place through the end of the year. So,
Unfortunately, the numbers seem to suggest that.
I will say for the 7 a.m. meetings, I'm very grateful for our in-person meetings. I know it's a non sequitur, but I do think we would be well served at some point with like getting our collegiality back together again in person with social distancing.
I agree. So, all right. So is any more discussion or can somebody, Chris, you're waving your hand.
Yes, to Bobby's point, we caught it. Why didn't we catch it earlier? We paid a professional company and we paid a professional attorney. Why didn't we know that?
I don't know who wants to answer that because I have
Well,
no idea.
I'll say that the notices were all handled in-house. That was sort of the directive of the village board. None of it was handled by Tesca because the board wanted to maintain a limit on budget. And, for us, we were not involved in it at all either. We received the outlines from Tesca. This came up in part because of a question regarding the attendance at the joint review board. And we were looking at the notices that were sent out. And the question for that was, as part of the overall notice compilations that we received, we noticed that nothing from the village seemed to have gone out to the DCEO. And we furthered our conversation with staff, and they confirmed that there was nothing that went out to them.
Thanks for that clarification, Vic.
Yeah, but Chris, what's interesting? It was always on the timeline. So, no one asked the question, right? Until we asked, was everything done right? And then somebody said, did anyone send it out to the DCEO? And the answer was no. So I don't know.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it. Understand.
Does somebody want to make a motion?
I would make a motion amending ordinance 2020-0-15. Do I have to read the rest of that?
That's good enough.
Okay. Moved by trustee O'Reilly. Well done.
Second.
Seconded by trustee Kritzmeyer.
That's good enough, Ann.
That's a roll call. Amy, are you there still? Amy, are you around? Are you muted or something? Is that you right there? Amy?
Oh, I apologize. I had a call failed, and when I came back in, I didn't *6 it. Okay. Trustee Michaud.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor.
Aye.
Trustee Nora.
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly.
Aye.
Trustee Kritzmeyer.
Aye.
And
Okay.
Trustee Borowski.
I'll abstain. I didn't read the document, so I'll just abstain.
Okay.
Okay, motion carried. Thank you. So if we could move into the next item on the agenda are the village and president trustee reports. If I could just do two things, actually. I did send you the email from Christopher Newman on his well thought out plan for an archway for the bridge. So I wanted to make sure you saw that. It was well thought out. And then the other thing, and I'm sure Chuck and Bobby will want to comment about that under their report. The other thing I just wanted to mention to you is I did get that proposal from Baker Tilly late, and it got posted. So I don't know if we want to schedule a meeting, let's say next Tuesday, to have them come in. We'll do a special meeting. And then anything else that we wanted to add to that special meeting? I see a lot of no's from Ann. I can't hear you though.
You probably don't want to.
Next Tuesday is the election. I
Oh,
don't want
okay.
to be
Oh, yeah.
working with the election judge.
I've already voted, but yes. So what about Monday or something, or no period? a special meeting next weekend?
Oh, I didn't say anything to that. You're just reading I must be really big on your screen. I'm not saying no. I'm just saying no to Tuesday.
Oh, no to Tuesday. Okay. So is everyone okay if we did something like on Monday night? Does that work of next week, 7 o'clock or something?
Works for me.
Bobby?
Was that November 2nd?
Should be November 2nd, right? Bring my calendar up.
You said 7 o'clock?
7 o'clock.
It's definitely November 2nd.
It works? Yeah, the 2nd is Monday. So
Is this like a 30-minute meeting? 20 minutes?
we'll book it for an hour, tops.
Depends how many questions come up.
I'm working the election on Tuesday as well, and I think I have to set up the night before, so I'm not sure I'll be available.
Okay. Does Wednesday
Are
work?
we gonna try to get Baker Tilly in?
That was the plan, was to get Baker Tilly, and that was the plan. So trying to pick a date that worked for you all, and I was going to go back to Baker Tilly.
Oh, Wednesday.
Does Wednesday work
I
for
have
everyone?
I have a personal commitment possible. I'm sorry, I rescheduled, but I don't know. Go ahead, move forward. I'll see what I can do.
Well, Thursday would work. Is that okay, the 5th? Are we pushing up
Works for me.
Are we pushing up against our next board meeting? I mean, doesn't it make sense just to have, we'll do an hour meeting and save the time so we have it in our regular board meeting so we don't go really late? So
Yes.
okay, so 11:05 is Jenny, are you good with that?
Yeah, I'm available.
I heard Ann's good with it, right?
Two.
Bobby's good with it. Chris is good with it. Chuck, you're good with it?
I'm good with it.
All right. Anybody that I miss? All right, I'll try to set it up for that. Okay. That's the end of my report for now. I'll just turn it over to the rest of the board here. I know that there was a SWALCO meeting. Chris, maybe you want to talk, or Bobby, you want to talk about the bridge. I don't know who wants to talk first. So
SWALCO's really quick. Illinois Attorney General notified SWALCO that the waste management and advanced, whatever the advanced name is, merger is going to go forward. So basically, those two companies are going to join together, which will decrease some competition in the area. As part of that, some of the conditions will be that they will have to divest some of the landfills that Advanced and/or Waste currently owns, and that would include Zion, Northbrook, Rolling Meadows, and Elburn or something like that. There's one more. Those are going to be divested to a company called GFL out of Canada, a company called Green for Life, or that's their name, Green for Life, GFL. So basically that merger is going to go ahead after the DOJ investigated and set those conditions. The rest of the SWALCO meeting that took place was relatively unremarkable. A lot of it was talking about their current budget. They were currently looking at expenditures being down about 1.4%, but their revenues are also projected to be down about 6% right now. So they're looking at having a little bit of a shortfall for the budget for this coming year. Last comment was an attorney change. The attorney that was sitting on SWALCO board for years is retiring and is moving. They have gone ahead and engaged Ansel Glick. Current rates that they're getting from Ansel for senior partners is $250 an hour. Other attorneys are $190 an hour, and paralegal work is being billed at $100 per hour. Just wanted to make those notes, and that's all I had to report. Thank
How are
you.
the revenues down? What accounts for that?
Sorry, don't know.
hey, Chris, can I ask you a question about? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So
this is Vic. I can offer a partial
Oh,
response to Rita.
please.
Some of the revenue that SWALCO gets is related to the recycling revenues, and those have dried up largely. They also get revenue from tipping fees at the Lake County-based landfills. And there's a controversy ongoing about exempted waste that's been claimed, and that amount has been increasing, and as a result, the revenue has been decreasing, even though the amount of waste has been pretty static. So
Yeah,
those two things do have an impact on Swelco's bottom line.
Yeah, and they were going to pursue going after the tipping fee issue and the exempted waste issue, but I think that there wasn't enough support at the state level to go after the landfill operators for that. So my feeling is that they're probably not going to pursue chasing that anymore. I don't know if you heard anything different, Vic, but that's what I heard through Swelco anyway.
Yeah, I think that they're still waiting for a temperature check at the state attorney general and IEPA.
Okay.
So I just had a simple question, and I saw one of the textile recycling boxes in Lincolnshire.
Mhm.
Where did we leave that? Do we have to buy a box if we want to put one in our village?
No. No, we can just make arrangements to do that. We actually get paid to do that. They pay us a very small percentage on the weight that's collected. It's actually a revenue generator.
Is that something you recommend we do?
Yeah.
What's it
I-
for?
I think one of our concerns was where do you put it, and there was concerns about dumping and things like that. Like people just driving over and dumping and all that stuff. Actually, Swalco is reporting very little of that overall, and the waste operator on the occasions where somebody does drop something that's inappropriate or leave it outside, the waste operator has been very good to come by and just pick it up. And so Swalco hasn't really seen that issue across the textile recycling network. So basically, Bill, just tell us where you want it, and we can go ahead and make the arrangements.
What are textiles? Is this clothing? Is this?
Yes. Yeah, it's clothing, Bobby, and fabric in general. Bed sheets, pillowcases, that kind of thing. Turns out that is just a huge burden on the landfills. Believe it or not. So they take the materials, whatever's reusable or in good enough condition to have it resold in some other part of the world, they go ahead and do that. And then another piece of it is sent to the recyclers for things like insulation and that kind of thing. And so there's a use for that kind of material. And I don't remember what they pay us, Bill, but it's a real small percentage. It's like dollars per month kind of thing, but it is a revenue stream.
Yeah, but it serves a good purpose.
No, absolutely.
What about Long Grove Commons? That's a site that could use more traffic.
Yeah, it could be a good place. So maybe what we could do here, because it is getting late, I know Trustee Kritzmeyer is not feeling well tonight, so she might be departing here shortly. Maybe what we could do is we could impose.
I hope she doesn't depart. That would be bad.
No, not that kind of departure. Maybe we could.
Sure, we'll follow up, Bill.
Well, and maybe with village manager Balling or whatever, just to try to find a location, some recommendations, and we just agree on it, right? So.
Can I make a suggestion? Can I make a suggestion for an agenda item perhaps in the future?
Sure.
The coal tar sealants, as long as we're talking ecological issues here. Our neighbor has banned coal tar sealants, which is the stuff in a lot of the driveway sealer applications that are being used. Apparently they're pretty bad for human lungs as well as the environment. Could we put that on the agenda at some point under discussion?
Yeah, why don't we, where did I see the information? Why don't we circulate that first to everyone?
I read it in the Tribune.
Is that where I read it? Because I read it somewhere too.
Well, I saw it there. I'm not sure where you saw it, but.
Yeah, I don't know where it is. I read an article on that recently. So
Yeah,
let's circulate that and then figure out how that pertains to us, right? So.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So then, so we've got Jeff and we've got the bridge. Is there anything new on the bridge?
It's great.
Bobby or?
Chuck and I and Jeff met and talked about the various signage. Jeff sent some recommendations and we didn't like them. And so we've asked him to kind of redo it, and we want to, engineers do things that personally I think are goofy. And I wanted to ask Jeff about a new sign that's up at the corner of Old McHenry and Robert Parker Coffin Road, where we have difficulty with people turning right on red. They have now just put up a red arrow turning right on the pole. I don't understand why that's there. But there's also the signage that says 500 feet straight ahead, turn right, which doesn't make sense to me either. So Chuck and I think, Chuck, correct me if I'm wrong, we see a different use for signage than Jeff does. So.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Bobby. No offense, Jeff. I actually think you took something simple and made it a little bit more complicated than need be. But maybe we could go out there, meet one more time and get very specific about where we want things placed or moved.
Yeah, that's what we need to do.
Yeah.
So we'll
I don't
get
think
it.
it'll take long.
And I want to look at this arrow on the traffic mast pole. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's the stop. I think it's on the stoplight. Well, or the post right there, and it's something else. It's a right turn angle, and I don't get it. We're trying to make them not go through it.
Right. But in fairness to Jeff, some of these street signs, I don't know who designed them or engineered them to begin with, but they can be confusing. I don't think this is a Gewald Hamilton problem per se.
No, oh no, I don't either.
Well, it's
But
not peculiar
Jeff-
to Long Grove. I've seen them even in other states recently, so.
Yeah, I agree with you. Jeff, I am wondering, like, did you get any costs back yet on some of the solutions we were contemplating for modifying the bridge to keep it from getting hit or damaged further?
I have not, I didn't go into that. You know, I wanted to see where we were on some of the different ideas, and then move from there.
Okay.
As far as the videos, we kind of gave that to Bill Balling to seek other opportunities, other sources for quotes of ideas and costs.
Yeah, the video cameras. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll get, my goal is to get a couple of prices back from alternate firms and circulate to the board, see what you think.
Yeah.
Thank you. And the report?
Yep.
Yep.
I think, Jeff, this is your turn again. If there's anything you
Okay.
want to highlight on your engineer's report. Bobby had a question, if you'll recall.
No, it was about the year. It was about the year.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Bill. I'll be brief. The bridge, one item that I did want to mention is the clacking and the banging noise as the vehicles go over it, especially on the east side.
Yeah.
That is not related to the discussion that we had at the beginning of the board meeting. So it's a separate issue, and the reason that we were able to have a meeting with the contractor today is they were out there to take a look and evaluate that. Basically what's happening is the plate, not the running plate, but the one that is across the bridge, from the pedestrian side to the other, parallel to the creek. As cars hit that, it's actually tipping and lifting up the end that's at the brick side. And as the cars go across it, that pressure is released and that plate is slamming against that concrete. So making a very, very loud noise, as we all know. And not a structural concern at this point, but left unaddressed, it will inevitably cause that concrete to deteriorate faster than anybody would like or need. So just wanted to report on that. Cuba
So is
Road.
there a solution to that?
You know, if you look at those two plates, there's the parallel plate on each side of the bridge. The one on the west side's not moving, and the reason for that is there's twice as many bolts holding it down. And why that is, I don't know. It's been that way since somewhere in the mid 2000s. So I think just the fact that it was okay before, but now the bridge is set on the new abutments. It sits just a little bit differently, so now it's an issue. So anchoring it is the solution, and that will be accomplished.
Good.
Okay, Cuba Road. Not much work has been done on Cuba Road this week. The snow yesterday was a major factor, and the cool temperatures for this week are also a factor. So we're going to wait until next week for a nice warm day for patching or paving the final surface over there. Also need it to be nice and warm and sunny so that when we stripe it, the pavement striping has the best chance of surviving snow plows. With Cuba Road, at the meeting that we had in early September, we talked about paths, and we also talked about adding a small asphalt milling shoulder to the side. And we looked into that, and basically what we found is the shoulder, the earth shoulder along the side of the road is really high, and in a lot of places higher than the pavement. So the contractor would need to remove some of that material to put the asphalt millings in there. And the other thing, putting the asphalt millings, you want a certain depth so that they would, grass doesn't immediately grow through them or things like that, so that it would hold up, be maintainable, and, look professional. Anyway, we're looking at, asphalt milling 6 feet wide, or 6 inches, 6 inches wide. The contractor came back with a price of about $57,000 to do that. I don't think that that's reasonable or within the village's budget, but also not my decision to ultimately make. I know this went to Dave. Dave forwarded to Bill. Bill didn't think that it was economical as well, but if there's other thoughts and we want to pursue it, let me know. We've still got time. The contractor would like to do that work before the asphalt surfacing is on. That way you don't have bobcats and skid steers, making all sorts of curlicues on your nice new asphalt road.
Any thoughts on that?
I'm not sure I completely understand.
So in the open house, we heard concerns about trying to walk safely down the side of the road, Cuba Road. So the thought was, I asked, well, can you just take the shavings and use them, because you're going to be milling off, can you just use them to build up the shoulder? And apparently it wasn't that easy, as Jeff just described. And I drove down there over the weekend, and I know what he's talking about. In some cases, the shoulder is higher than the road, so they would have to resculpt the shoulder. And the quote we got back was pretty expensive. So if that's something that we're going to consider, that's one of those things you probably, either we should have considered bidding it out then, or we look at it later. Maybe there's another thing we can do, maybe cut the grass tighter. So if somebody is walking and a car's coming down the road, they have somewhere to just veer off the side of the road. But that's where that all came from. Did that make sense?
Yeah. When we initially talked about this, we did have a bid for mini shoulders so that people who were biking and or walking would have something. And I remember saying this could be more of a policy decision than a monetary decision, even though the numbers were pretty high. I think it was another couple 100,000 to put like little mini shoulders in there.
Yep.
And yet the decision we made was it appeared to me it was partially based on cost, but more so a policy decision based upon encouraging people to do something that is just not smart or safe on a road that is the width the Cuba Road is, period, end of story. We run into private property. It's not all right of way. There are all kinds of problems there. So it looks like now in spite of that, we still have a problem in that people keep saying, well, we want to bike on it, we want to walk on it. It's like, folks, this is not safe. Now we have a structural issue. So it's kind of like, now what? You know, how do we deal with it efficiently and safely? What are some of the alternatives, if any?
I don't know that we need to decide that tonight. I think it was just,
Right.
yeah, I mean, it's something to look at long-term and do we do anything or not, right? It was just, I asked the question, you know, can we put the shavings there? So we got a price back that was pretty expensive. Doesn't make sense. And
Yeah.
it's,
Is it possible that snow plows will take care of it this winter? The part where it's higher than the road? I mean, is it something that a plow blade is just going to take care of for us?
no, it looks like it's been there for a while. From when because I was looking at it when I drove down when it was first milled and then when they put the first coat on. So looks like it's been that way for a while. So
I'll drive it again. I didn't notice it.
it's not everywhere. There's spots, there's not even a spot for a shoulder. It's that tight, right?
Right,
So
right.
yeah.
Okay.
I have one more bridge question.
Sure.
And I kind of want to seek permission to say in the newsletter that repairs to the bridge cover are being held up until we get new signage. Is that safe to say?
I think that's, well, I'm good with that. Is everyone else, is the board okay with that?
I think that's a great idea. I get a lot of
Yeah.
questions about it.
Okay. And
Yep.
then I guess Jeff, because we meet tomorrow morning and do the e-news for next week, do I say that the bridge is closed and it's to be determined when it'll be opened?
I think that's the safest thing to say. Like I said, you know, we hope to get it done Friday, but we'll know more after the meeting at 9 on Thursday. When does the e-news go out?
A week from Thursday, but it's done by Monday, I think, or no, it's done by Wednesday next week.
Okay.
But we could always put in weather permitting. It'll be open, weather permitting.
Those are my favorite words this time of year.
I know.
So can I give you a real accurate update after Thursday morning's meeting?
That's the best thing. Yeah, let me know. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jeff, anything else?
Just real quick, my ace in the hole, Mike Grinnell, that was at the last board meeting, he's off today, but the water system, we got some news earlier today that the breaker is on, back order. So we are looking at ways to address that and get that other well back started and operational, because the village on one well when it's supposed to be on two, not exactly a good thing. And the other thing that we discussed at the last board meeting was options and, building in more fail safes, if you will, or redundancies. We're working on getting the proposals for that. We are also going to be conscious of those repairs as they relate to a potential Lake Michigan connection, we're not gonna, necessarily hold up any repairs or any, or work, but say, for example, like a SCADA system, and as Mike talked about last week, one of the systems out there is a treatment system. Well, how much does it cost to put a SCADA on a treatment system? Because that would be a component that would be otherwise mothballed if the village connects to Lake Michigan water. So I just want to make sure that those costs are kind of known, eyes open type thing going into it. So we're still working on that. So with that, end of report.
Any other questions for Jeff tonight? The other item on the agenda, and Amy, are you back on? She dropped off. She can't get back in. I don't know why. We have these meeting minutes and I wanted to ask, some are complete and some are not. So we need to get some of these approved. Dave, don't we?
Some of them are beyond that 30 days.
Yeah. So I don't know if I can do this June 2nd, June 23rd. I don't know if you've seen them all. June 28th looks, I'm sorry, September 28th looks okay. And the September 29th one seems okay, but the other ones, there's a lot of stuff missing. The September 22nd, the October 13th, and the October 5th do not look correct. It's like there's no minutes. So, and a lot of question marks. So I'm not sure why that is. I was hoping to ask Amy that on that.
If I might chime in, this is Vic. I did send Amy an email earlier today about the various minutes, and the three that you identified, they're not complete enough to approve. There was one change on the 29th that I would recommend. Says this item was voted on in executive session. It was discussed in executive session.
Okay, discussed. Okay.
Okay, I would make a motion to approve the minutes of June 2nd, June 23rd, September 22nd, September 28th.
Is it September 28th and September 29th?
I think it should be the 28th and the 29th. The 29th.
Both of them are the same?
No, the 22nd was an incomplete set of minutes. The 28th and 29th were okay, but the 29th had the one revision that I had suggested.
Okay.
So you made the motion, but Trustee O'Reilly made a motion to approve the Tuesday, June 2nd, Tuesday, June 23rd, Tuesday, September 28th, and Tuesday, September 29th.
As amended.
Meeting minutes as amended, yeah.
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Michaud. Roll call, I guess we'll have to, let me do that because you're not here. Trustee O'Reilly,
Aye.
Trustee Michaud,
Aye.
Trustee Browski,
Yes.
Trustee Nora,
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor,
Aye.
and who am I forgetting here? Trustee Kritzmeyer is not here, so, okay, motion carried. She's absent. She left. Okay. Public comment. Anyone have any public comment tonight?
Well, I have one on behalf of a resident. He's been trying to get our someone from Village Hall to respond to what he said was numerous emails. He had a question on permitting, and all he's gotten back so far is a auto bounce back that said, "We got your email, you'll hear from us shortly." He was actually online earlier today. I think, he probably didn't feel like hanging out this late, but.
Can you get us his
I
name
think-
and we can get Bill Balling or somebody to follow up?
Yeah, absolutely. I've got his card with me. I'll get it to you separately because I don't know.
Thank you.
when to talk about it. And public session.
Thank you.
His name, but yeah, he wasn't happy, and I don't blame him.
Thank you. Any other public comment? If not, I would be looking for a roll call motion to go in executive session, discuss executive session meeting minutes, threatened litigation and enforcement matters, investment and personal matters.
Motion to go into executive session.
Moved by trustee O'Reilly,
Second,
seconded by trustee Nora. That's a roll call. Trustee O'Reilly,
Aye.
trustee Nora,
aye.
trustee O'Connor,
Aye.
trustee Micho,
Hi.
trustee Borowski.
Aye.
Okay, all ayes. Okay. I'm going to now try to move us into executive session. Dave, you should probably be there. Jeff, maybe you should maybe join the beginning and then you don't have to stay till the end. And I guess trustee Sarletto, you're not invited, so sorry. Let's see if I can add you in right now. Who's 7715?
That's Dave.
That's Dave. Okay, so let me make sure that I've got everyone that's supposed to be here. Okay, open, hold on a second. If I don't want to add somebody, there's Joanne's here. Mike Soletto's here. How come they're still here? Let's see if I can make this work. I want to open up the room. I don't want 12 people though. Let's see, delete. There's people here that shouldn't be here. That's the problem.
Dave has muted everyone.
I think
I
we're
muted
missing Rita.
everyone?
Yeah, I had unmuted myself and then I got muted again. That's weird. So strange. All right, so who are we missing? Is anyone missing?
Rita. She didn't want to get out of executive session. I think she's still back.
He's stuck in limbo.
How can that be?
I don't know. There she is.
Here she comes. Okay. All right, good. Yeah, she must have a slow internet, Rita. That must be it. You're muted too, by the way. You're muted. Okay, asked to unmute. I'm going to try to, can you unmute?
No.
Oh, no. Okay, you don't look happy. All right. You're not happy?
Can't find you.
You can't find me?
Right,
You can hear me, but you can't see me?
correct.
Oh, that's weird. Strange. Okay, we can see you though.
Good. I'll have to figure out how to get my face off your screen then.
All right, I think you're serious. I don't know what to do with that.
It is absolutely getting late.
It is.
Does anyone want to make a motion to consider a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement related to Buffalo Creek Wetland Mitigation Site?
So moved.
So moved.
All right, so it was moved by trustee O'Reilly, seconded by trustee Nora.
I've got just a procedural question. Chuck, you going for this one or you abstaining from this one as you said you would earlier? Because I find it kind of weird that you'd make the motion if you're abstaining.
Well, I discussed it at length and I'm not in any type of conflict of interest. So I am going to vote.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
And sorry for not providing that clarification sooner.
So my concern is section 4, reservation of rights in the agreement.
Is that what you were referring to earlier?
Yes.
Let me pull that up as well.
Section 4.
Aha. Now I have you.
Vic, you're muted.
Let me try to unmute him.
Sorry about that. I thought you could all read lips.
I just like to read your mind, that's all.
Yeah. That provision is a limitation on any changes that are going to be affecting their rights, not it's not the reverse. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that the district has the right to refuse any improvements we make.
Right, to the extent that they affect the parking.
Right.
So if we wanted to put boulders at all the entrances, they'd have the right to say, no, we can't do that. If we wanted to put a building on the park or on the soccer fields, they don't have anything to say about that.
So why would it not? We own the property, they have an easement. Why is that? And if this is a discussion for, like.
No, that's a perfectly legitimate question. The reason for that provision is that if we're granting them an easement, we're reserving our rights to do whatever we want with our property so long as our actions don't impair their rights to park. Because we've granted them an easement for that.
Okay, so philosophically and realistically, my concern is we've given this in perpetuity. So if we decide that we want to put a condo building there,
we
Or-
would not be able to do it where the parking is, so we'd have to design it so the condo is going to be on the soccer field, and there's still gonna be parking where the parking lot's located.
I get it. I just don't understand why we're doing it.
I suppose the one thing we can do, which would be consistent with the spirit of the easement, would be to say that we can do something so long as we make alternative arrangements for equivalent parking. My reaction to that generally would be that is a less desirable
Yeah,
outcome,
I agree.
but
I agree. I agree. I mean, you know, and I just, when I read them, I try to reverse them and say, okay, so if I have an easement, if, for example, if it's a flag lot and I have an easement because that's the only way I can get to where I need to get, I get it. But insofar as it's something that they really don't want, but it benefits us in one sense or on one level, I guess I just, you know, I don't have my crystal ball gets fuzzy, but it just seems to tie the hands of those who come after us in a way that we couldn't have foreseen, but yet it's a reality. So what the hell do you do about it?
yeah, I think that the concept of the easement, you know, I mean, an easement is a property right. We're allowing them to park. We're not giving them the exclusive right, but we are giving them the ongoing right, and we're basically committing to keep that area for parking.
Okay, all right.
That's the gist of it. I mean, I think that's the policy choice presented by this document.
I understand. I get it. Okay. I don't like it, but I get it. Understand.
All right, we have a live motion. It was moved by trustee O'Reilly, seconded by trustee Nora. It's a roll call.
So Rita, I mean, what would you like to see in there beside that? I mean, perpetuity is a long time. I agree with you, man. It's like
Perpetual
kinda
really
forever.
bothers me. Right. I mean, we tie the hands of boards, future boards that look back and say, what were they thinking? Why
Right.
would they have done that? And I understand that a lot of it has to do with protecting.
Well, we don't want to talk about
Okay,
some
okay.
of those executive session matters here.
Sorry. Maybe let it suffice to say, I understand the spirit of it. I just have a concern with perpetual. That's a long time, you know? So, and especially.
It's only forever. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I
Change the
know,
term.
I know, I hear you.
So Vic, we don't really know what the other guys are how they're gonna respond. So, I mean, you know, how bad would it be to tie something like a 50-year window on this thing or something?
You know, for the reasons that we talked in executive
Yeah.
session, that may or may not be a desirable outcome. If they don't want it, it's going to come back to us anyway. If they want to make a material change, it's going to come back to us anyway. I think that because the discussions have been kind of in fits and spurts, this was presented to you tonight in order to try to get a breakthrough on at least on the progress of the discussions. I don't know that it will lead to conclusion, but it will at least allow that conversation to move forward again.
Can they transfer their rights?
Not without our approval. And they can't even give up the rights without our approval.
No, you're gonna take this and you're gonna like it. You're gonna live with it.
Well, once they sign it, yeah.
If they take it, they keep it. That's kind of the quid pro quo of this.
Yeah, I get it. Understand.
Okay, so I know I have a live motion. I don't know if anyone flip-flopped, but you know,
You're gonna find out, aren't you?
I guess I guess I.
All right.
That was moved. Yeah, go ahead. Take the vote.
Trustee Michko.
No.
Okay. Trustee O'Connor.
No.
Okay. Trustee Nora.
Yes.
Trustee O'Reilly.
Yes.
and trustee Borowski.
Yes.
I think you need my vote.
I think we're better to have it, yes.
Yep. So I'm an aye. So yes,
Okay,
motion carried.
got it.
Do you need a motion to adjourn?
No, don't we have to approve the
The executive session minutes.
meeting minutes
We're
from?
looking for a motion for September 22nd, 28th, 29th, and October 5th. With
I'll do that.
Or 13th, and the 5th is the one we're resubmitting.
Correct. 13th, 28th, 29th, 22nd. Yes.
Oh, right, I'm sorry.
So move.
Moved by trustee O'Reilly,
Second,
seconded by trustee Micho. Roll call.
All right, trustee Borowski,
Yes.
trustee O'Reilly,
Aye.
trustee Nora,
Yes.
trustee O'Connor,
Yes.
trustee Micho.
yes.
Okay,
Now
All right.
can we adjourn?
Yes, make a motion to adjourn. Motion carried.
So
Motion
move. I'm gone.
moved by trustee O'Reilly,
Second.
seconded by trustee Micho. You didn't shout
Okay.
this time. I missed that. Roll call, please.
oh, and I was just about to get trustee O'Reilly first, and then she went off. So I will put her down as absent. as
Yes.
I did last time this happened. All right, trustee Borowski.
Yes.
Okay, and we have our absent trustee Nora,
Yes.
trustee O'Connor,
Yes.
trustee Micho.
Yes.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
night.
Motion
Good
carried.
night.
Thank
Thanks
you.
all. Take care.
Dave, are you, has